There I am. Let me make sure the mic is doing well. Don't have any surprises. Okay, we should be okay. Nice, nice, nice. I gotta say, really missed streaming last week. And feels good to get back on the train. It also feels really good to stream the CN side because we can go no holds barred on spoilers. Well, spoilers, because if you're watching the CN stream, then you should know what's going on. So hey guys, how's it going? Missed y'all last weekend. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm actually pretty excited to get back in the swing of things. Thanks, Dylan, for all the support you provide. All I can really say is that skipping stream last weekend made me understand just how much I really like streaming. All I can really say is that I'll never get used to my voice. Here we go. Here we go. So I'm going to give it about 15 minutes for everyone to roll in. Yeah, there's no real drama. There's no drama happening. I've just been working. That's really all it's been. I got used to the new job that I'm at. Well, it's not new anymore. I've been there for over a month now. I was missing the stream. Yeah. Once you're actually in the routine, you kind of forget just how much you actually like something until you stop doing it for a while. Sometimes it's necessary. Yeah, it's been about a month. Actually, it's been well over a month, actually. I've been there I just finished my 7th week there. Yeah. That's been 2 months. But this is my first week doing the actual job. Because the 6 weeks I was there was for training. Am I talking to an ex-colleague? Nah. Besides, I learned that she smokes. And yeah, that's like an instant deal breaker. I actually can't handle smokers. It's actually bad for my health. So can still hang out, can still be buddies, but yeah, nothing beyond that. That's a major deal breaker for me. But what can you do? Things happen. Smoking is mid as fuck. How's next video for Ghost from my 1 Summary coming along? So, I believe I made a post on that already, like a couple days ago, but to reiterate, I got finished with the script, and I'm in the middle of recording it. It has been pretty slow because of my job. Now, the thing is that with my job, it's not hard or anything. In fact, it's actually one of the easiest jobs I've ever had. But I'm a telemarketer, more or less. So I'm on the phone a lot, and I'm talking constantly. So when I come home at night, I kind of don't want to talk and do my script. You know what I mean? So it is a little difficult to actually sit down and do the audio work. I'm planning on doing it this weekend and getting it all done. And then the week while I am working, I should be able to just do the video, and it should be out by next weekend. Can you tell us your product then? No, I'm not a sales telemarketer. I'm actually collections. I work for a bank. So you're supposed to give. I just say, hey, give me your money. IRS? No. IRS is a lot more aggressive than we are. In fact, we're basically the first line of defense against the IRS, to be honest. So basically, my job is to call the customer who basically is a member of our bank and say, hey, you missed a payment. If you don't pay it in time, then the IRS will get involved, and we don't want that. So yes, it's our job to get a payment from them, but the big thing is that they should want to deal with us and not the IRS. That's like the best way to put it. It is pretty funny though, because I really thought collections would not be my thing. Like, I'm the type of person who wants to feel like that I'm helping someone when I do my job. And this felt like the exact opposite when I first got in. But you cannot imagine the amount of people that actually thanked me for calling them and giving them a heads up that they missed their payment, or that they are really down on hard times, and we have the ability to put them on programs that will lower the amount of payment that they had to pay per month, so they have the ability to catch up and feel a bit cushioned for a while. So even though the job is pretty easy and the job is about getting the payment, it's more of a matter of making sure that the customer is, what's I'm looking for, comfortable first. Because if they're not comfortable, then we're not going to get a payment anyways. So the top priority is making sure that the customer is happy with us and is comfortable, and then the payment. At least that's how I see it. Obviously, I think the upper management is like, give us the money now. We don't care about anything else, but reality doesn't work like that. And doing funny to my dog. What does that mean? You mean John Wick? Yeah, we don't want a John Wick situation. Yeah, it's a win-win situation if they decide to work with the bank and not the IRS. So I am, in fact, actually pretty happy with my job. Though the biggest issue with it is that we are an outbound call center. Therefore, I get a lot of voicemail calls. So I call the person and it goes straight to voicemail. I would say 90% of the 10 hours I am there is voicemail. And that's extremely monotonous. It's not a job if you enjoy it. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I think you're allowed to enjoy your jobs. Just minorly. Obviously, I wouldn't call it a passion or anything like that. It's just more that I can find the point of it, if you know what I mean. Like, if I'm able to put myself into a job, which in this case I can, because I'm able to help out people who need help, then I can be pretty happy with it. I think that's the best way I can put that. The Minister of Economy. Honestly, that doesn't sound like a bad deal. The funny part about all the jobs that I've been through is that I learn more about myself. And I would say the thing that I learned about this job is that I actually, truly enjoy just helping random people. And what's the best way to help people than to help them save money? So, honestly, Minister of Economy, I can see myself in a timeline where I'm that. Probably not this one though, so it's a little late for that. But I think for now, I'm pretty happy with being a telemarketer slash YouTuber. No, maybe, like, who knows? Maybe I'll get promoted so high up that I'm actually am in charge of a lot of things regarding the bank. Who knows? Hey Valtor, how's it going? All I can really say is that it's best to find it's best to find the good in something. You're for president for 2050? Nah. Oh, no way. See, look. In order for me to become president, I had to be part of House of Cards, you know? You gotta do a lot of shady shit. It's either that or I get JFK'd, one of the two. Alright. It's 15 after. Go ahead and get started. Become a friend of the Earl. Who would be the Earl in this case? Like, who is the Earl in real life? He'll drop. I don't know if that will resonate with the general audience. It could. It could. The thing is that if I drop that video in the middle of a debate, I would probably have to get rid of the background video and just have my voice. Because, you know, basically everyone would be like, what's this anime bullshit? Blah, blah, blah. I want to talk about jobs, not this big titty waifu shit. But then again, I'll get a lot more votes from the anime crowd. You know what? I just got reminded of assert dominance. I'm just reminded of MatPat who got into politics and is now a politician. Sort of a politician. I agree, he's Store. Yeah, I was really shocked that MatPat got into politics. And it's primarily about the internet. And I think that's a really good thing. People said it was really cringe, but I think they're dumb. What MatPat is doing is actually fantastic. Now, whether he'll be effective at it or not, or if it'll be taken seriously, that's another matter entirely. But the fact he's trying shows a lot of character. I think that's something that people can learn from. Oh, if I bring up the whole hedgehog and fox argument in a debate, oh, absolutely, I would definitely do that. Like, if it's not the video and just like me just throwing it out there, it's like, hey, are you a hedgehog or you're a fox? And you're like, what's that? And then I explain the whole thing. Yeah, Dylan. I think like 90% of the United States agree, if not the world, because I think the entire world has the same issue. Minus a few first world countries. But especially in America, we're still ruled by boomers that have no idea how the internet works. And I think they're actually the reason why Nintendo is running rampant right now with their patents. Where they're saying like, yeah, we now own the ability to... we now own the mechanic where you summon a monster and have a fight for you. Oh, so you basically just made like literally 80% of video games irrelevant. And now Nintendo can actually sue them all. Because some idiots, or group of idiots in the patent office said, yeah, this doesn't seem shady at all. Because they have no idea what's going on the internet or in areas that they have no idea about. They're probably old and decrepit, like 90 years old. His review is actually being in politics. He and his group are just there to advise when things come up and that they care about. One step of a protester, it is viewed in so I'll put it this way: he's in politics, but he's not a politician. You know what I mean? I'll put it that way. Because being an advisor is actually huge. One line I've heard in a show before is that a question was raised. Who has real power? And the answer was, it's not something like it's the people behind the person, or something like that. So I think MatPat's in the right spot to make some real headway, if he's taken seriously. And that's the hard part. Yeah, it's from House of Cards. You can't make fun of. Hey, French Fred, how's it going? Okay, I should get going. Let's get started. Oh, this one's a little long. Oh, is this not voiced? I hope I didn't turn off voice work. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Can you see it? What you see before you is the consciousness digitization interface. You don't need to worry about any of this, just leave it to me. Just like a doll's neural cloud, your consciousness will be converted into neural cloud data. Take a deep breath. Don't be nervous. The next test might have a slight stinging sensation. Oh, Con, I've already looked at virtual pair. I already know about that. I've seen the translation. I just haven't made it. I have not made a video on it before, but I already know about it. The familiar voice echoes in my mind like a whisper, a low ticking of the instrument like a hypnotic rhythm, quietly evoking a faint sense of drowsiness. Through the hazy, digitized consciousness interface, I see a soft pink figure bustling in front of the console. Persica. Don't overthink it, just observe his condition carefully. Ah, yes. Why is there a sense of familiarity? Ugh. An indescribable feeling of suffocation tightens around my throat like an invisible shackle. The scene before my eyes twists and distorts, reality teetering on the brink of collapse. Which one's the real you? The one who can make babies. Exile. Gaze. You are... Ah! Commander, something's wrong. The commander, he... Dr. Persica, stop this test quickly. Honestly, I told you not to overthink. Test aborted. You guys drag him out of the dive chamber. As the digital interface abruptly vanished, the oppressive discomfort receded like a tide. My vision returned to a quiet darkness, then the dive pod door slowly opened and a harsh, redeeming light poured in. Commander, are you alright? It's nothing. I'm just a little short of breath. I'll adjust the equipment again. We're short on time, so let's get straight to the point in a bit. When did she come here? I hope you do better this time, Commander. When did you get here? Dr. Persica, it's not the Commander's fault. It's okay, Lewis. As Persica said, we're short on time. How are Groza and the others? I glance at the command terminal not far away. The screen is covered with red error messages as glaring as blood. The source pointing directly to all members of the Groza squad. The captain and the others are getting worse. The virus is constantly eroding their neural clouds. What about the Elmo? It's very bad. The gloom on Mainling's face was as heavy as dark clouds, as usual. I could only shake my head helplessly, a sense of powerlessness rising to my chest. Most of the Elmo's electronic control programs are unusable, but we can still control it mechanically. Although we can't control it precisely due to a shortage of manpower, we have hidden the Elmo in the ruins of the Yellow Zone. So there shouldn't be any major problems. Lewis soothes me and Mainling while handing me a warm drink. Commander, this is the coffee I made. The caffeine can help alleviate the discomfort of digitization. This is also coffee. Parapluie. It's probably not that. Thank you, Lewis. Oh, I forgot to say, welcome back. Don't know where you showed up, but yeah, you're hot. Yeah, I'm back, Commander. I've also prepared a cup of coffee in my little main lane. Dr. Persica, I've placed your coffee next to the console. Persica doesn't turn around, continuing to focus on adjusting the infiltration pod settings, as if the rest of the world doesn't exist. What exquisite coffee! It even has latte art of Toy Fumo. Oof. I could use it pick me up. Mei Ling, who had just taken a sip, suddenly stiffened. Her expression seemed to be on the verge of losing control. Mei Ling? At first, I hadn't yet grasped the mystery behind it. I just distinctly sipped the liquid in my cup. An extremely cloying impact, like a cosmic Big Bang, radiates and blooms in my mouth, causing my throat and taste buds to protest silently at the same time. I was careless. It's okay, Mei Ling, spit it out. Ugh. What is this taste? It's like mop waters with a lethal dose of sugar. Eh? Sorry, I subconsciously made it for Dr. Persica's taste. And she loves sugar in her coffee, like too much of it. This sweet and cloying taste. Ugh. It's been a while. Commander, I'm surprised you can drink this coffee with such a calm expression. After all, I've already had a lot to drink. Commander? No, it's nothing. You drank macchiato coffee? No, she drank Persica coffee. Persica likes her coffee extremely sweet, and with a lot of sugar. So I'm assuming that there's a massive buildup of sugar at the bottom. The words that should have come out naturally were now stuck in my throat like a fish bone. Impossible to speak. No matter how I delved into the dusty corners of my memory, I couldn't grasp the obvious reason. It was as if a phantom had been erased from my past. That's enough small talk. I've already checked your data. Congratulations, Commander. Your data meets the minimum requirements for consciousness transfer. Although there was a small incident just now, it won't affect the conversion of your consciousness into neural data. Of course, if you don't want to go through that pain again, don't let your mind wander during the conversion process. Persica puts down her data terminal and chugged the sweet coffee as if she desperately needed to replenish her sugar levels due to mental exhaustion. So amazing! I stared intently at Persica, waiting for her to finish her coffee, and she seemed to have noticed what I was thinking. Go on, ask what you want to ask. Explain what happened, the reason why Grocer Squad and Yelmo were infected by the virus during their fieldwork, and why you came to the Elmo. We've barely restored power, and you've already contacted us directly and even came in person. That isn't your style, Persica. Although, you are hot, so that's okay. Especially considering my current situation, you shouldn't be here. What's their corrosion status? It's still just level 2. It hasn't reached level 3. But Krolik and Cold Fiend's situation is pretty bad. Persica's eyes are not bicolor? They're not, no. Never happened. You might be thinking of Haritha? Both of their infection rates are over 30%. I'm afraid they'll soon enter a state of continuous shutdown and finally fall into hibernation. I understand. Perska puts down her coffee cup and sighed deeply. A week ago, 16 Lab observed a special virus targeting dull neural clouds. No, rather, targeting AI. This virus spreads extremely fast and reproduces by assimilating, absorbing, and even replacing the data of dolls or AIs. 16 Lab is currently calling it entropy. Entropy. Entropy? That does fit the behavior you described. Is there a cure? Not at the moment. 16 Lab, IOP, and Lewis's 42 Lab are all trying to develop antivirus software and firewalls. But this virus evolves based on the data it consumes, making the form of the virus of each doll unique. If we develop it for each doll individually, it will be an endless project. If we can find the source of the virus and reverse engineer it... not bad, that's one of the methods. This is also the function of this instrument. I'll let Lewis explain the rest. Yeah? Me? As the person in charge, this is your job. Perska picked up her coffee, closed her eyes, and gave the floor to Lewis. Oh, where should I start? Have you heard of the Magracia supercloud, Commander? Magracia supercloud? Sounds like a really cool cloud drive. That's not wrong. The Magracia supercloud is a supercloud server developed by 42 Lab, where I am now. As long as you pay a fee and go through a somewhat complicated application process, governments, businesses, and individuals can all use it for data storage and processing. This also includes 42 Lab's core project, the Project Neural Cloud, which is closely related to us dolls. Project Neural Cloud. Research and backup of doll neural clouds. It seems this project is related to you as well. I'm a founding member of 42 Lab, I guess, and Project Neural Cloud was also named by me and another companion. 16 Lab is nominally affiliated with 42 Lab, but is not under its jurisdiction. No wonder you're so concerned. It seems there's a there really is a problem with Project Neural Cloud. The research for Project Neural Cloud is over. All the data should theoretically be sealed by Magracia by 42 Lab. But the source of this virus, according to 42 Lab's investigation, should be from the Magracia supercloud. Magracia supercloud. Considering the virus's characteristics, it might even be directly related to the Project Neural Cloud. 42 Lab has discussed how to handle this incident, but they are leaning towards directly resetting the server and destroying all corrupted data and neural clouds, which is a bad thing. How crude. But Dr. Perska disagreed with this approach, so she proposed a plan to enter the cloud to collect the virus's source code and develop antivirus software. However, this proposal doesn't have many supporters at 42 Lab. Sending a doll or AI into a virus den is tantamount to suicide. Of course, considering the importance of the data in Magracia, the server reset plan hasn't been finalized either. Consciousness digitization equipment. I see. Are you planning to send a human into the virus-infested Magracia instead of a doll? The human consciousness is more resistant than a doll's neural cloud. Theoretically, it can resist the virus's corrosion for a short period. But it's only more resistant if infected by a large amount. The consequences could be even worse than for a doll. So, Commander, you can refuse this commission. At the current rate, how much longer can Groza and the others hold on? I looked at Persica, only she can give me an answer to this kind of technical question. In a dormant state, they can last for 3 days, otherwise a day at most. After 1 day, the virus will enter their 3rd level, and their neural cloud data will be rewritten by the virus. Then the captain and the others will never be able to come back. The decision is yours. The commission is extremely risky. If you're unwilling, I'll leave immediately and to research other methods. I object. The pilot's metal door was violently pushed open, and Groza staggered into the command room, dragging her exhausted body. Captain, you can't move right now. I'm fine. Commander, I object to you entering the neural cloud. You don't need to risk yourself for us. You have more important things to do right now. But if that happens, Captain, you'll... The commander's safety is more important. Persica, I have another question. Speak. Why me? Official answer, not every human is qualified to enter the cloud. It requires extremely strong willpower and spirit to digitize one's consciousness. Unofficial answer, this isn't a commission from 42 Lab or 16 Lab. It's my private commission. I need someone I can trust. Because I promised 2 important friends to protect Project Neural Cloud and Migracia-related matters. Of course, there's another reason. I need someone who can coordinate with Lewis in the Neural Cloud. Coordinate with Lewis? Lewis has joined 42 Lab and has certain permissions in the Neural Cloud, and for some reason her resistance to viruses is stronger than that of a normal doll. As Lewis' former superior, you should be able to coordinate with her better, right? Eh? Understood. Commander! In my current situation, what do you think would happen if I lost all my dolls in Yellow Zone? But... if I lost you now, I would likely have nothing left, not even the ability to leave with the Elmo. I was just thinking, Kukai is like, I'm right here! Just screaming from the rooftop. Since it's risky no matter what, I'll choose the one that best fits my ideals. And you should have prepared a sufficient reward, right, Persica? Of course. I'll take this commission. Alright. Although it's a private commission, Migracia is still under surveillance of 42 Lab and IOP. I don't need to tell you how sensitive your identity is. It's an honor to be watched by so many people. So this time you need to disguise your identity to enter the cloud. You need to use someone else's identity, pretend to be another person, to avoid being discovered as the commander. Coincidentally, Lewis and I found someone in the 42 Lab database with the exact same name as you. Exactly the same? So this is how they're doing it. Yes, it's just that much of a coincidence. Isn't that right, Lewis? Huh? Yes, quite. A coincidence? Could there really be such a coincidence? Persica ignores my comment and places his brooch in my palm. This brooch stores your forged signature code. It will make you appear as a completely different person in Neural Cloud. But you need to be mindful of how you speak and act. From now on, your title is Professor. Professor Hero. Oh, I guess that works out. Professor Hero of the Project Neural Cloud. It's a good thing I kept my name tag to save throughout all 3 games. That just felt extremely natural. Dr. Hero. So right now, there's two theories I have in my head. One is a clone theory, which it's possible, although I don't think that's the case, based on the based on the first scene that we saw at the flashback. We have that, and it could be that when the commander left Regracia, he lost memory of his time in PNC. It's one of those two. So we'll see what they go with, if at all. In a data torrent of interwoven zeros and ones, all forms were twisted into illusory fragments. My body felt as if it was being torn apart and reassembled by an invisible force. My consciousness drifting and wavering between my physical form and a data stream. Even the rhythm of my breathing felt alien, as if I was forgotten on the edge of the world, unable to control it. Is this the world that dolls see? This feeling, it's worse than a hangover. That coffee addict didn't tell me I had to endure this process. Just as I completely lost control of my body, a pair of warm hands suddenly grabbed my arm. Professor, can you hear me? Don't think about how data breathes. Don't worry about how the body's structured. Just leave it to your instincts. This is effectively the Matrix, yes, Jay. It's a good analogy. At Lewis's urgent call, I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. The tearing pain subsided like a receding tide, and the discomfort in my body was suddenly reduced by more than half. I don't want to experience that feeling a second time. My body is still a bit sluggish. Looks like I'll have to get used to it slowly. But you don't seem to have been affected much, Lewis? After all, my neural cloud itself is made of data, so no conversion process is needed. And this isn't my first time uploading to a neural cloud. As the admin of 42 Lab, I often travel between the two worlds. I see. How is it working at 42 Lab? This is going to cause some assumptions that we made during PNC. Because if Lewis... Wow, her tits are huge. I'm sorry. I got distracted. So if Lewis is already jumping back and forth between Regracia and the real world, there's an assumption that while you're in Regracia, time moves faster than it does in real life. So if she's already jumping back and forth, that should mean that the timeline should run at least comparable to each other. No, they're huge. They're actually massive. They're not like VSK big, but they're still big. And this is going to be an issue going back to the time travel stuff, or time speed, or whatever you want to call it, because a lot happens in PNC to the point where it'll be hard to assume that it happens in parallel with Girls Frontline 1 without time moving faster in Regracia. So we'll see how that works out. What, me saying her tits are huge? You want to make that a redeem? I thought you'd go out to being a toy designer after leaving Griffin. Well, although it's a bit different from what I expected, I'm also involved in toy-related projects at 42 Lab. And I haven't lost my designer skills. If you want, Professor, I can give you some new toys. Is that so? Then, after this mission is over, I might have to trouble you to design some toys for a few children. With pleasure. Identity verification passed. Professor Hero, 42 Lab. It is so shocking that I'm seeing my my name tag here now. They haven't done that since the first chapter, I want to say. Identity verification pass. 42 Lab Doll Researcher Lewis. Autonomous defense system deactivated. Welcome to the Magracia supercloud. Oh? It seems we're finally going to pass through this long tunnel. The professor's neural cloud data is basically stable. In approximately 3 minutes, we will officially enter the Magracia supercloud. I still believe PNC takes place alongside Frontline 2, unless someone proves my belief wrong. So the issue with that is that there's already an origin story for PNC. And there's basically a chapter 0 in PNC where the commander actually goes in with Klukai. And that goes wrong. And it causes this silly event to happen. But it also shows it shows why Klukai is so obsessed with the commander. And it's because of something that recently happened. That was the singularity event. So that was proof that it, at the very least, it was within the girl's Frontline 1 time frame. Now, it is possible that it still happened in Girls Frontline 2. But it's a bit of a crackpot theory at the moment, I would say. There's not a lot of substance for it. At least I haven't seen the entire event yet, so we can't say yet. So it's still on the table, but I say it's less likely than it happened in Girls Frontline 1 based on what PNC has already established. Lewis hesitates for a moment, takes a deep breath, and solemnly shakes my head. My head? My hand. What if it takes place during the epilogue Girls Frontline 1? That's not possible, based on everything that's happened. Because during the epilogue of Girls Frontline 1, 416 is down. Like, she's even assumed dead during that point. Now, as a matter of it being a prologue, a prequel to Girls Frontline 1, that can't happen thanks to the Klukai event. That literally can't happen thanks to the Klukai event. That's why, God, the tits are huge. I keep looking at them. It's like that's why I'm. People have solidly put it within Girls Frontline 1, because that's the only place that made sense, without any contradictions. Professor, please be careful. If things go wrong, log out of the cloud immediately and leave the rest to me. Humans have resistance to the virus, but it has its limits. Don't push yourself. Her tits are what? They're nice. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You have to do it. The professor's safety is always the top priority. Understood. What's that? Huh? Lewis and I both looked towards the end of the tunnel. A strange purple light surged like a tide, engulfing the regular data stream. I do want to sleep on the pillows. Data turbulence? Why is it appearing at the end of the tunnel? Professor, grab my hand, quickly! As instructed, I grip her hand tightly, trying to use Lewis' strength to steady myself. However, in just an instant, a violent storm of data sweeps in, engulfing us completely. Ugh, this feeling is not good. Thanks for the dono. Appreciate it. Oh, it's not popping up. That's unfortunate. I'll have to fix that. Professor, don't let go. Ah! Lewis? Lewis! Violent turbulence tears us apart. I desperately reach out to grab Lewis, but only touch cold data fragments. My figure recedes into the purple torrent and Shelty disappears completely. Lewis, where are you? My vision is devoured by ominous, deep purple data. Distorted code constantly presses on my consciousness, rendering me unable to act. Damn it! Persica! Can you hear me, Persica? Lewis, answer me! Hey, Relax, how's it going? The communicator emitted a worrying busy signal. Neither Persica nor Lewis responded to my calls. Who are you? A strange voice broke the dead silence of the space, and a chill instantly enveloped my heart. Who's that? Who are you? Why have you come here? Are you that person? I tried to pinpoint the source of the voice, but could only struggle in vain amidst the endless data turbulence. Lewis's voice was long gone. I couldn't even sense the presence of any other life around me. Answer me. Who are you? After entering the cloud, this is your identity. And never forget, you are now the professor. I'm the professor. Professor Hero. The void once again fell into a strange atmosphere, like the calm before a storm. A sense of foreboding seized my heart. I instinctively raised my arm, trying to ward off the unknown threat. Is that so? It's the professor. We had to cuddle this. What? I found you. Professor, welcome to the world of data. Huh? Before I could react, a frantic torrent of data rushed towards me like a giant beast, sweeping me down into a bottomless abyss. My body was torn apart, my consciousness shattered into the turbulence, as if my soul had been ripped from my body and plunged into endless darkness. It's pretty destructive. Damn it. My body, I can't move. The data torrent is bombarding my consciousness. I'm gradually losing my sense of self. Internet Lunatia. My brain is falling into a void, my consciousness gradually blurring, leaving me lost and helpless. I had to find an exit. Where is Lewis? Where does this tunnel end? Who am I? In the torrent of data, my consciousness fluctuated, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, and finally faded to black. Just as I was about to be swallowed by the turbulence, a familiar pink light cut through the darkness and enveloped me tightly. I found you. Grab my hand. The voice was gentle and familiar, with a faint scent of, oh, it's her. Yeah, it's her. With a faint scent of coffee and spring herbs. Who on earth is it? Whoever it is, this is my last straw before I drown. It's so good to see you. Neural cocoon program activate. Who are you? At this moment, consciousness disconnected, sinking into an endless, quiet, deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, a soft touch awakens me from the darkness. Please smile. Please embrace me. You once told me you'd never leave my side. So I let the flowers bloom and scattered the seeds to the skies of Magracia. The gentle singing voice, like a trickling stream, evokes a strange sense of familiarity. I try to open my eyes, but all I see is darkness. Ah, you're awake. Please don't rush, your visual module hasn't fully synchronized yet. Just a moment. A warm beam of light caresses my face, finally settling gently over my eyes. Alright, try to open your eyes now. Following the voice's guidance, I slowly open my eyes. Light seeps in through the cracks, and the digitized world gradually becomes clear. Can you see? The owner of the voice gently helped me up, and as I gradually adjusted to the stinging light, my vision finally focused. Huh? Persica? No, wait. Who are you? I expect you to make that kind of face. Hello, Persicaria. We meet again, maybe. Why are we still in the desert? He definitely has the young face. The pink-haired girl in front of me, in both appearance and style of dress, was the spitting image of the Persica I knew. But from her good mental state, neat attire, and noticeable difference in physique. You know what we're talking about. I can confirm that they are not the same person. If Dr. Persica knew what they were thinking, she'd probably throw her coffee in your face. Yes, they are huge. I don't need to tell you guys that. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. I am an artificial intelligence research doll designed by Dr. Persicaria based on herself. My name is also Persica. I will be your assistant in resolving this virus crisis. The doll's Persica designs. Their style is really different from the other dolls I'm familiar with. I am an early collaborative result of Dr. Persica and another professor, embodying some of their special concepts. And my main field is also artificial intelligence research, so I am indeed a little different from the other dolls you've seen. She didn't tell me there were other supporters before I entered the cloud. This was my own decision. Dr. Persica doesn't know about it. But I believe this is the best choice. After all, you're not a full-time researcher at 42 Lab, and you're not familiar with the neurocloud environment. You know who I am? I only know that you're a trusted friend of Dr. Persica's. But that's enough for me. The communicator emitted a harsh busy signal again. While talking to this doll who called herself Persica, I tried to contact the real Persica and Lewis, but I received no response. Do you think ER-18 will appear again in Ghost from Line 2? I believe she will, yes. I think her role in the story of Ghost from Line 1 gives her a lot of reason to come back to Ghost from Line 2. And this time with some better focus. Since you entered the neural cloud, the virus has been interfering with the transmission channel. Communication between the inside and outside of the neural cloud is completely cut off now. I can't contact Dr. Perska either. Even the port for logging out of the neural cloud has been forcibly closed by the virus. I tried to log out the neural cloud, following the instructions from before I entered, but just as this doll in front of me said, the system did not respond. I know my words alone may not be convincing, but please believe me, Professor. The doll named Perska grasped my hand, her tone filled with pleading. Although you look similar, your personality is really different from Perska's. Maybe it's because you just saved me, or maybe I have no other choice right now, or maybe it's just a gut feeling. But I look forward to working with you, Perska. Yes. Thank you for your trust, Professor. By the way, have you seen any other dolls? One of them is named Lewis. And there seemed to be a strange voice in the transmission channel. Was that you? Lewis. I didn't expect it to be her. Unfortunately, I haven't encountered Lewis or the strange voice you mentioned. The situation was urgent, and I only found you in the turbulence. Considering the transmission channel's exit was disrupted by data turbulence, Lewis may have been sent to another sector. What a bad start. But Lewis is very familiar with the neural cloud, so she should be fine. I will search for Lewis's whereabouts while assisting you. Please don't worry. I see. Do you have any suggestions for the virus investigation? We first need to determine the extent of the virus's harm and collect some information about the current situation in the neural cloud. There's an opportunity right now. I sense a large concentration of computing power ahead. It should be a nearby sector. If we can question the agents there, we might find a clue about the virus. Sector? What's that? And agents are... Sectors are the regional units that make up the Gracia supercloud. Each sector stores data from corporations, groups, and even individuals. You can think of them as cities with different cultural styles. Oh, thanks for the mention, Better World. I appreciate it. I totally forgot I had that. I don't know why. But I love hearing it. I appreciate it. Oh, it's because of you, Dylan. I see. Thanks for gifting the membership to Better World. Appreciate it. As for agents, that's the general term for all AI programs in the cloud. Artificial intelligence, all neural clouds, they're all a type of agent. 42 Lab collaborates with various corporations to provide customized agents for every client who leases a sector, to be used for a sector data management and research. It seems they are the native inhabitants of this world. Velvet. She kind of looks like Velvet. The sector ahead of us is the... Oh, wow, that's a blast from the past. By past, I mean a week ago. It's the Rossum sector. However, the computing power fluctuations in the sector are highly abnormal. It seems to be under a virus attack. Is Amara still alive? As far as we know, yes. Last we saw her, I think she's just drifting. I don't believe she's working with Stassi still. Yeah, Eliana's literally cooked. Please wait a moment while I share the observed But it's with you. With the light tap of Persica's fingertip, a dynamic image unfolds before me. Yeah, last we heard, Amaris fucked off. Oh, I believe this is pulled straight out of NeuroCloud. Like, I don't think they changed anything just besides updating the resolution, I think. Well, the shit's broken too. That's the thing too. I don't remember the lore quite well, but was there something about her that was related to Angelia? Amaris? No. If you're thinking about any relation to Angelia, you're probably thinking of their creator, Martha. Martha and Angelia knew each other before shit hit the fan. A bizarre purple creature brandishes its tentacles. Wantonly destroying the sector's buildings, data fragments scattering like ash. Intelligent agents flee in panic among the ruins, their desperate cries shattering the silence of the cloud. Ah, the firewall has been breached. So Commander forgot he was the professor? Yes. That is still an ongoing theory. We haven't had a solid answer to that yet. The two options are the one who was in PNC was actually a clone of the commander, like a data clone, or the commander himself got mind wiped. Is one of those two. Help! Someone save us! My leg, it hurts. I can't move. Don't be afraid, I'll help you. The firewall in the sector has been breached by the virus. If this continues, the agents will be completely devoured. The tool that the person gave me is for extracting data from virus corpses, right? Yes. Only by defeating the virus entity can we safely extract its core data. From a safety perspective, we can look for lone viruses. In that case, there's only one thing to do. I checked my sidearm. The cold metal felt real even in NeuroCloud, bringing a familiar sense of reassurance. So I guess my question now is, right now, does he look like the professor or does he look like the commander? Because the professor, if I remember correctly, did not have a sidearm. And it's just making me think of the old meme from a few years back saying like, I'm a doctor, but... Persica with me. Eh? Wait. You already set off, but it's true. You never hesitate in these matters. It's wonderful to be able to fight alongside you again, Professor Hero. Yeah, that looks familiar. Maybe he can still carry the entire time. Hey, Butsu, how's it going? A little slow. Who ordered the seafood? That's funny. Yeah, that's just that random diner gate. Hey Tex, how's it going? It's just a commander with a lab coat on. That'd be funny. Everyone, don't worry about me. Go. No, I can't leave you behind. A weakened AI clutches its own mangled leg, curled up amidst the ruins. Her companion is desperately trying to rescue her, but is powerless against the collapsing giant data wall, only able to pull at the debris in vain. Ah, help me! No, I have to pick up my weapon. Ugh, my hand is shaking. What do we do? Can someone save us? Somebody save us! Just as the eerie purple creature swings his tentacle, preparing to tear the AI apart, my bullet accurately hits the tip of his tentacle, sending a spray of distorted code fragments. Lord Watch, strongest level was AK-15 or Amaris? In this reality, in this timeline, is AK-15. Pick up arms, protect yourself. What's that word? Alsvid. Vriska swiftly moved forward with her long sword. Oh, he has her sword. Okay. I mean, she should. Let me put it that way. She should have her sword, but it doesn't match her outfit currently. Vriska swiftly moved forward with her long sword, protecting the small agent with one hand and precisely cleaving the virus in two with the other. The purple body disintegrates into countless fragments in mid-air, turning into scattered code dust and dissipating into the sector's air. To be fair, her stock CG looks really good. So maybe they just combine all of her capabilities together. It might be that. Yeah? The monster. It's gone. Everyone, check the message on the public channel. AIs who are injured but can still move. Transfer to point A1 immediately. There's no virus activity there at the moment. Unharmed AIs, pick up your weapons. While protecting yourselves, help your companions who have difficulty moving. We'll take care of the virus. My command spreads like a data signal on the public channel, instantly injecting a semblance of order into the chaotic sector. Some of the agents began to respond to my instructions and move towards their assembly points. But most of the agents seem to have not yet recovered from their fear. The agents in the sector, they all look like children. And why are there animal ears? Those are the children's mind dampers, devices used to ensure and control their mental growth. Are you alright? Don't hurt me. It's okay now. Come on. Receive this hash rate. Vriska bent down, a soft white light emitting from her palm. A stream of healing hash rate flowed into the agent's wound. In a flash of light, the mangled die reassembled at a visible speed. Code fragments piecing back together, and the agent's expression changed from pain to calm. Those monsters. They're so scary. Everyone was... It's okay. It's over now. What's your name? I'm H3062. Who are you? We're here to help people in the cloud, you see. This is the professor of Project Neural Cloud. Professor? Are you the professor? Under the expectant gaze of the small agent, I nodded slightly. A strange sense of responsibility welled up in my chest. Yes, I am the professor. Great! It's the professor! Everyone, it's the professor! The professor from Project Neural Cloud! The public channel, once filled with despair, suddenly erupts with a powerful shout that spreads like a ripple. The professor that Lewis mentioned? It's the professor! The professor has come to help us! The professor is in the cloud! Everyone, listen to the professor's order! The originally chaotic sector instantly becomes orderly and disciplined. Hey man, I just got the clout, man! So, is this a flashback event or has the commander been sucked back into PNC? The commander has been sucked back into PNC. This is happening in the present. The AIs obey the command and begin to move in an orderly manner, even actively counterattacking the remaining scattered viruses, turning the passive situation into an active one. These AIs. AIs have always held humans in high regard, and the professor from the 42 lab is a legend in the cloud. Moreover, you just fought your way into the sector, and you've already convinced many AIs with your actions. I just didn't expect them to believe I was the professor so quickly. They read your signature code. In the cloud, the signature code is the core basis for identifying things. The AIs have begun to evacuate to point A1. There are currently 5 remaining entropy viruses. They seem to have noticed our movements and are approaching the cloud. Intercept them before they get close. Understood. Persica and I move quickly through the ruined area of the sector. Why does it feel like Persica should have been the doll? Hopefully we get Lewis back pretty soon, otherwise this is going to feel really awkward. I fire several shots into the sky. The data trails left by the bullets flash like signal flares, successfully attracting the virus's attention. They started moving, in the block next to us. 2 o'clock. This distance should be enough to pierce them. Under Persica's guidance, I gradually mastered the method of combat within the Neural Cloud. The Neural Cloud uses computing power to construct simulations of real-world things, so both offense and defense are directly linked to computing power. Yeah? Just as I expected, the bullets pierced through the building, killing the virus behind it. At least one last one. By the way, Hero, your thoughts on the Resident Evil Nikki collab characters? They are all good choices, but I think Claire Redfield should have been an SSR. We should have just gone for the triple and said fuck it. We might get the Lacey, yes. Are we going to get male dolls? 99% sure that's a no. Watching Persica easily slay the other 2 entropy viruses, I immediately start searching for the location of the last one. Yes. Hold on, I need a swig. He sent Claire to Nikkei. Professor, watch out! With two blades in hand, Perska quickly blocks in front of me. With a loud bang, a pair of tentacles pierces the wall and collides violently with her blades, sending sparks flying. Right now, I'm imagining Persica doing like awesome melee combat in her lab coat, and it's like, man, that is a really awkward look, but still kind of hot. I don't know. Witch Anna. To think you use the same tactic as me. Retreat. I pulled the trigger, firing continuously to cover Persica as we retreat together. Another fierce attack, and the wall turned into hash rate dust, revealing the virus's twisted body. This virus is different from the previous ones. It seems to have some intelligence. It contains a huge amount of data, so its behavior is more complex. Professor, watch out! The wall in front of me collapsed under the continuous attack. Persica grabbed my lab coat. Okay, so he does look like the professor. Okay. Persica grabbed my lab coat in time and pulled me out of danger. The virus's tentacles swept like a whip, leaving a terrifying mark on the ground. Yes. The virus's tentacles attacked like a storm, forcing us to retreat step by step. Fast, fierce, and multi-point attacks were at the same time. If it weren't tentacles, but firearms. This feeling, it's a little familiar. A strange sense of familiarity washed over me, caused my mind to wander uncontrollably. No, she can't be in the Duro Cloud. She's still a Frostfall squad. Persica, I'll draw his fire. You deliver the final blow. Professor? Understood. Please be careful. I quickly switched cover, using a tactical roll to dodge while pulling the trigger. Bullets rained down, successfully drawing the visor's attention. Yeah, Lynn is the only person he could be talking about. Yeah. The virus's body twisted towards me, its tentacles coiling like springs on either side of its body. Professor, get out of the way. That was close. A sharp tentacle graces my cheek, leaving a small cut. Hash rate immediately begins to drain from the wound. But this momentary distraction is enough to decide the outcome. Eh? Somebody should get the commander a bigger gun. I just want to see the professor running around with a grenade launcher. That's what I want to see right now. Because he would fucking love that. The virus seemed to sense something was wrong and turned around quickly, but Persica had already approached like a ghost. Her palm pressed against his head. A stream of white data began to flow backwards into the virus's core. Global intrusion. Hacking initiated. With a minigun. As the white data stream flowed from Persica's palm, the virus's body began to twitch continuously as if in pain. I'm sorry. With a flash of her blade, Persica's longsword precisely severed all of the virus's tentacles. The entropy virus's body was covered in wounds, but it could only collapse into the ground, completely immobilized. Target is incapacitated. Data has not yet fully dissipated. Professor, please, now's your chance. I quickly took out the instrument prepared by the human Persica and inserted the data extraction needle into the virus's body. The instrument roared to life, and the virus data was extracted like a liquid, the progress bar advancing rapidly. Looks like Persica's stuff is fine. Virus analysis complete, insufficient data. Encrypted module detected. Decryption complete. Task subject 6. SIC 012. Research on semi-biological shells and bionic brains. Guidelines for research on artificial blood and artificial hearts. The virus's body is a different string of data? A semi-biological shell and the same sense of pain as humans. Why does this data look so familiar? A stronger sense of familiarity washed over me, as if the virus wasn't just malicious code, but that tactical doll holding a shotgun. Who are you? Why is even your fighting style the same as hers? Professor, you came back. Everyone missed you. So serious. Talking. So annoying. Lynn's tone? It hurts. I can't move. This body is so inconvenient. But it's okay. We will be able to meet soon. Professor, watch out! The previously limp virus suddenly struggled, a tentacle regenerating and whipping towards me. But Persica's long blade had already left her hand, pinning it to the ground, the blade piercing its data core and ending the virus's life. Persica, you're here too. Professor. After the eerie laughter fades, the virus uses its last bit of strength, its body completely disintegrating into purple dust, and its data signal vanishes. Targets. Signal lost. Its data has already dissipated. Completely. It seems this mission is not going to be easy. You see how huge our tits are? Do you see this? Okay, but really, just to give you guys some context, I have not played a lot of PNC. I'm trying to catch up with this plot. But I'm not there yet, so I don't know everything. Sir, they're not real. So, a good amount of this is going to be new information for me. I have a decent idea of what's going on, but I've only really known the beginning half. And not, like, the part where things happen. Where things actually happen, I guess you can say. See, the reason why it's so surprising, Dylan, is because it feels like that they shouldn't be so huge, but they are. You know what I mean? No, the system isn't responding. Neither the commander nor Miss Lewis is responding at all. Even my permissions are locked. Has the neural cloud become a black box again? Leibniz, what's the situation in the 42 lab? They've also noticed the changes in the neural cloud. The smoke screen you set up might not hold up much longer. Where the fuck did Persica come from? Yeah, she showed up at the intro. And she was just there at the beginning of the event. The commander mentioned that she showed up beforehand. Perhaps canceling this mission would be safer. With the permissions locked, it's already impossible to force him to log out externally. If we cut the power to dive the chamber... No! If the immersion pod malfunctions, the commander's consciousness will be unable to return to reality, and may even be trapped in the cloud forever. How could this happen? Then the commander... There's nothing we can do right now. I've tried all backup communication protocols, even used 16 Labs emergency channel, but nothing has worked. The cloud shielding is more stubborn than expected. Perhaps the virus is self-enhancing. In the cloud, we can only rely on himself, or he can only rely on himself, and all we can do is believe in him. A heavy silence fills the command room, a red light on the screen flashing as rapidly as a heartbeat. Leibniz, help me stall the people from 32 Lab. Mei Ling, keep a close eye on the commander's data at all times. Also, contact Rosa and prepare to patrol the area. I have a bad feeling about this. Ah, there you are, Lewis. I was wondering, was this going to be a Dandelion event? If you guys know what I mean by that. Professor, come in. Please respond. Professor, can you hear me? It's Lewis. No matter how many times Lewis called out, there is only a dead silence on the communicator, occasionally interspersed with the low hum of a data stream. No good. I can't reach the professor or Dr. Persica. What on earth happened with the transmission channel? My arrival point is also slightly off from the designated location. And who was it that interfered with me in the transmission channel? Right now, right? And there's a virus. Ah, what should I do? The sudden turn of events made Lewis extremely anxious. She paced back and forth in the empty data wasteland, her hands clenched into fists, trying to calm her chaotic thoughts. Finally, she takes a deep breath and slaps her own cheeks hard, forcing herself to calm down. The Newell sector should be up ahead. If it's the professor, he would definitely find a way to gather intel and meet up with me. So I just need to act the same way as the professor. Huh? Lewis slowly comes to a stop, staring at the sector in disbelief. You got to be kidding me. This is supposed to be the Newell sector. The once imposing sector wall, a magnificent barrier built of data bricks, is now torn open with a huge deep pit, its edges jagged as if gnawed by a giant beast. Purple entropic fluid seeps from the crack, the remains of the virus scattered on the ground, twisted tentacles fragments still twitching slightly. What's more worrying are the AIs lying paralyzed everywhere, their bodies as still as broken puppets, many with expressions of terror frozen on their faces. Everyone! Lewis quickly moves forward, cautiously looking around. She carefully bypasses the virus remains, surveying the dilapidated scene of the sector. The once bustling data streets are now filled with cracks. Buildings have completely collapsed and tilted, and sleeping or dead AIs are everywhere. The air is filled with an indescribable pressure. All the processing power has been drained, and the data has been devoured. Everyone's neural cloud too. Anyone hear me? Answer me! Anyone! Big Sis Lewis. Sis, you're finally here. Yes, I'm here. Don't be afraid. Big Sis will find a way to save you. Here, let me see your injuries. Hang in there. Here there was a surviving agent in the sector. Lewis rushed to the small agent's side without hesitation. She knelt beside the small agent and gently picked up her damaged body. The small agent's lower body was severely damaged, and his computing power was constantly draining away from the wound. Even at this moment, the little agent is still tightly clutching a worn-out toy doll. Big Sis's doll protected me. Those dolls are fucking tough, so that makes sense, actually. Why do I feel so cold? Huh? Why can't I lift my hand? Sister, where are you? I can't see you anymore. It's okay. Close your eyes and rest for a bit. I'm here. I'll always be with you. Let me transfer some hash rate to you. Hold on, okay? Lucy's hand gently brushed away the dust and code fragments from the little agent's face, while injecting a trace of her own hash rate in an attempt to stabilize her neural cloud. But this small amount of hash rate was ultimately just a drop in the bucket. The little agent's vital signs were getting weaker and weaker. I'm awake. Big Sis, can you take me to see your new toys again? Big Sis hasn't come for a long time. We all really wanted to see Big Sis's toys. So cold, so tired. Sister, The little agent's hands went limp, and it fell silently into Lewis's arms. Yes, it will. Sleep. Leave the rest to me. Lewis picked up the doll from the ground and gently tucked it back into the little agent's arms. She takes a deep breath, holding back tears, and her gaze turns to the ruins of the sector. Stop hiding. Although you look different, you're exactly the same as those guys. I know you're hiding in the entropic fluid. Come out. Squelch. An ominous purple liquid slowly oozed from the ground, writhing like a living creature. Dozens of viral entities crawled out of it, their twisted tentacles waving in the air as they completely surrounded Lewis. Their bodies shimmered with an eerie purple light, their eyes burning with a hunger to devour Lewis's neural cloud. I'm really angry now. I will never, ever forgive you. For these children, for the neural cloud, I won't let you hurt anyone else. This isn't the beginning of a bad hentai. No, that'd be NTR hentai. We can't have that. For Scotland. Oh, that was a scream. Your mind goes Frontline? Next! Lewis gripped her light machine gun tightly. The muzzle spat a fiery tongue as bullets rained down like a storm. How many copies? Just one. She's V0. The surrounding swarm of viruses let out a piercing shriek, their tentacles flailing wildly as they tried to tear through her defenses. AK-15 does have her signature though. But Lotus' movements were swifter. She sidestepped the tentacle attack and returned fire, riddling the nearest virus's body with holes. Purple entropic fluid splattered, corroding the sector's ground. The air was filled with an acrid smell of data corruption. I will say though, I'll probably get like 1 or 2 copies of AK-15 once it gets to global side. But I'll tell you for sure, the best investment you can make, meta-wise, is the V6 AK-15. She's stupid. Ouch. I still got scratched. No, at this rate, there's no time to collect the virus data at all. There's too many of them. Lewis gritted her teeth. Under continuous combat, her hash rate consumption has already exceeded her preset value. But neither emotionally nor rationally could she back down. Wait, you got V6? On CN side? You don't even really play CN like that. None of you are leaving! Lewis once again skillfully dodges the tentacle attacks and grabs it. Since the cost is too high, I'll stop using my gun for now. Don't underestimate the power of a toy designer. An entropy virus of the size of a doll was easily swallowed by Lewis and thrown like a shot put. Oh, she just fucking grabbed it. I thought she was gonna pull out her toy sword and start killing people that way, but no, she just fucking grabbed the thing. Oh, you mean, okay, when it comes to global side, you'll get a V6. Yeah. I know you will. You're probably going to V6 94 as well. The thrown infantry crashed heavily into the infantry swarm, causing a moment of chaos. Neural limiters release. Let's end this quickly. Under Lewis's fast, reckless attack, this could no longer be called a battle. That should be all of them. Wow, so she just did a shadow hedgehog and just killed everything. She took off her bracelets and just punched everything to death. Guys, Lewis is hot. Lewis gasped for breath and looked around. All the entropy viruses had been defeated. with only a few remnants lying limply on the ground. The tentacles writhing feebly and emitting a faint hum. So it's over. Ugh, that hurts. At least I didn't use much ammo. Lewis is a VO unit, so it's all good. She's actually extremely powerful at V6, apparently. She has like a massive boost once you get her at V6, but it's all or nothing. Now, as long as I collect the data from these viruses, I should be able to develop an antivirus program quickly. The professor's still waiting for me. I have to hurry. Come on. Let's start with you. Lewis bent down and approached the nearest virus, taking out the collection device provided by Dr. Perska to insert into the virus's mangled body. Just now I thought I heard... Lewis? Huh? Lewis took a sharp step back, the device nearly slipping from her grasp. The device's word grows clearer, hearing a strangely familiar tone. Lewis, you're back. Low-level entropy can talk? The voice grows clearer, no longer a simple roar, but a distorted, echoing call. Luce's mind began to wander, the sounds in her ears gradually morph into a dark, socially anxious, and slightly lazy voice. Everyone's waiting for you to come back. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. The latest armed trooper model. Help me design one, Lewis. Armed trooper. Wait, is that croquet? Lewis's eyes widened, staring at the virus's mangled corpse. But the entropy virus has already lost its mobility. So where was this strange sound coming from? Yo, Lewis, you're back. Want to go explore the next sector with me? There's a new discovery there. Soul. Firewall established. Retrieving. Searching. Lewis, do you need my help analyzing the virus data? You guys, what's going on? No, this can't be. How could you? Lucy's voice trembled as she took a few steps back, her gaze sweeping over the dissipating virus data on the ground. The remnants of the viruses also gradually distorted into Lewis's eyes, eventually turning into human figures. Huh? Lewis, why stand there in a daze? Everyone's waiting for you. Come on, let's rebuild the neural cloud together. You guys, you're impossible. Professor? No, impossible. Just what in the world are you? Nothing is impossible, you know. Come home, Lewis. We're all waiting for you here. A deep purple beam of light suddenly shot out from the shadows, piercing Lewis's chest. The intense pain made her body tremble violently, and her vision began to blur. What is this? Why does it hurt so much? You're Venom. So I think Lewis is going to get dandelioned. Professor, we're still 30 minutes away from the target location. Let's rest here for a bit. Although we're neural cloud data and don't have physical stamina limitations, fatigue still exists. You're right. Let's take a breather here. We'll move on in 10 minutes, if the surge in processing power in the target area is really caused by combat. Then it's likely Lewis is in a fight, or is a sector under attack by viruses. Either way, we need to be on top condition. You can try this. It's a hazelnut maple coffee chocolate made with processing power. It helps with recovery. Prisca handed me an exquisitely wrapped chocolate with the word Choco written on it in a fancy, artistic font. Choco. Is that the brand of this chocolate? It reminds me of a doll who really likes chocolate. I take a bite. The aroma of chocolate and roasted coffee blossoms in my mouth, instantly awakening my taste buds, as if a warm energy is flowing into my neural cloud. However, what follows is an intense, saccharine sweetness that quickly washes away the rich chocolate flavor, making me frown, yet it feels strangely familiar. This level of sweetness. You're definitely one of Prisca's dolls. I'm still more restrained compared to Dr. Persica. Although recently I have been adding 10 more sugar cubes to my coffee. But the taste isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is the hash rate it contains, which can quickly repair minor damage to the neural cloud. It's very effective indeed. Thank you, Persica. That's BS. Even at the digital plane, we still have stamina. We have fatigue. That's a difference. I briefly moved my arms and shoulders, and just as Persica said, the original feeling of heaviness was gone. You seem to have something on your mind on the way here. Was it because of that device the children gave you when they left? Or is it because of the current situation in the neural cloud not optimistic? You're really different from the real Persica. If it were her, she wouldn't care even if she noticed. Dr. Persica is just not good at expressing herself. Seeing Persica trying her best to protect her other Persica, I can't help but smile knowingly. Just as you said, I'm very concerned about the situation in the cloud and the things they are entrusted to me. But what concerns me more is the data in this device. How does Project Neural Cloud in the timeline, or fit in the timeline for Frontline 1 and 2? It should be during Frontline 1, and it should be after the Singularity event. But we have to see the end of this event to really know for sure, hopefully. Because now we know that the commander was in, well, maybe, he might have been. He might have actually been in Magracia during Frontline 1. And if he was, that causes some issues. Because now it seems to be the case that time doesn't move faster in Magracia compared to the real world. And that has to be the case in order for everything to fit. So the lore nerds, they ran with the assumption that Magracia moves faster in time, because otherwise everything that has been established doesn't work. The other theory, that's smaller but is at the moment is looking more likely, is that the commander had a data clone of himself. But the other issue is that the commander is constantly having this sense of familiarity within within Magracia. So that's looking less likely than the commander actually being in there and acting as a professor. I just finished reading Ghost Frontline 1. Don't know if I should check PNC or not, if it's important for the overarching story for Ghost Frontline 1. It is not important for the overarching story for Ghost Frontline 1. But if you want to understand all of, or let me put it this way, if you want this event to hit you, like how it is for a lot of people, then you want to read PNC. As for it being important for Ghost Frontline 2, I'll let you know once this event ends, because I don't know quite yet. But I would say PNC's writing is very good. It is consistently good, which is not normal for Ghost Frontline, to be honest. You know, Ghost Frontline 1, it has its major high points and major low points. Ghost Frontline 2 has really low points, but really good high points later on. But PNC is unique in that it is consistently good from start to finish. Question is, Commander put in the same way right now? Because if so, then we will get told if it's a clone or not. Yeah, basically that. As far as we know, the commander's consciousness currently is inside Magracia, and they can't wake him up, otherwise his body will just be limp and his consciousness will be stuck in the neural cloud forever. So if that's how it was back in PNC, then it should be actually the commander acting as the professor, not a clone. I took out the device the little AI gave me before leaving the Rossum sector. A small data terminal with a flashing blue protective shield on its surface, storing their precious experimental records inside. Professor, this is the experimental data from the research. What can the Elmo full of dolls do with a limp commander? Best not to answer that question. None of this data has been touched by the virus. It's all safe. Why are you giving this data to me? If the professor can get this data out, our mission will be complete. Right now, in the neural cloud, we're the only agent still active in the Rossum sector, but our processing power won't last much longer. It's not time to give up yet. As long as you can reorganize your defensive line, you should be able to withstand the virus's attack. PNC story is finished. There's no more story in PNC. Currently, the game is in maintenance mode, more or less. We won't give up, but if the neural cloud is really consumed by the virus, as long as the professor can get this data out, our research can help future intelligent agents continue their studies. Yeah, I want to say PNC got done last year, I want to say. And currently on global side, where they also reached the end. I think they actually didn't get the last event. I know someone was complaining that PNC didn't get the last event before they went into maintenance mode. But as far as the story is concerned, it's done on global side as well. They did not. Ooh, that feels bad. I wonder why. That's really strange. That's a really strange decision. I heard the research data we initially obtained was also a legacy left behind by past intelligent agents during a crisis. So, Professor, please, help us get this data out. Our research might be able to help more people in the future. Persica, Madrasia, and what exactly is Project Neural Cloud? Originally, I only knew it as a research project on dull neural clouds, but there are some things that bothered me in the data given to me by both the virus and those small intelligent agents. I activated the device's information terminal, and the entire screen was filled with dense scientific research data. These reports all originate from several minor prototypes detailing various experimental details, with charts and code interwoven into a complex network. Security 2.0 mass-produced cat-style home security robot and RoboCat mind separation analysis, CM, SL, Cyber Streamer, doll language ability research reports. Butler 36 maid doll mind disorder repair reports, and caregiver T55 child type caretaker doll mind damper overload research report. Although this is the first time I've seen these research reports, these dolls are not unfamiliar to me. But from what I know, they never told me anything about Project Neural Cloud. Are those dolls okay now? Due to some real-world events, I was temporarily forced to separate from many of them. But some dolls braved the dangers and reunited with me. And as for those I haven't reunited with yet, I believe we will meet again in the future. Is that so? That's great. Just as you thought, the dolls you know did indeed participate in Project Neural Cloud. Perhaps before they became the way you know them. The purpose of the Neural Cloud project was to back up the Neural Cloud data of autonomous dolls to the cloud, ensuring that even if a doll's frame was damaged, their Neural Cloud data would be preserved, thus reducing the cost of losses. However, an accident occurred during the research process of the Neural Cloud project, and a large portion of the data was mysteriously lost. That accident was named the Zeroing Incident by 42 Lab. Lost? Then what is this cloud? Through a stroke of luck, 42 Lab, with the help of Dr. Persica, recovered some of the lost data and used it to rebuild the Magracia supercloud. However, the original intelligence agents and the doll data are still missing. Missing? Was it stolen by someone? 42 Lab hasn't reached a conclusion yet. To investigate the cause of the incident, 42 Lab even recalled some of the dolls who participated in the Neural Cloud project, but since the data was lost after being uploaded, in theory, those dolls don't know what happened either. Just as Persica was about to explain further, the expression on her face changed slightly, her gaze sweeping around vigilantly. The tranquility of the Neural Cloud was broken by a discordant low hum. It seems we stayed too long. A purple liquid spreads at our feet like a living thing, and the ground trembles slightly. Purple-black viruses slowly emerge from the ground, their tentacles writhing, their eyes gleaming with a hungry red light. There aren't many of them, but they're scattered, trying to surround us from all sides. Fighting them in the open area is too disadvantageous for us. Don't get bogged down. Yes, please fall behind me. I'm gonna use bathroom before while this goes on. This chair is really good at the game. Gonna go away while AK-15 literally wins the game. She does. Okay. This is... Remember, I was attacked by entropy. Ah, it's Lewis. What are you doing here? That voices. Zhang Yu? Marska told us to gather. She said there's something important to announce. My sister and the others have already left. Come with me. Without another word, Zhang Yu grabbed my arm. My arm? Okay. Yeah. Grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the light. As the light in the distance grows closer, I can finally see the area I'm in. The Oasis? And everyone. I remember now, it was that day. Oasis and everyone in Magracia, I have an important announcement to make. Starting today, everyone please organize the research projects and data. We will be sealing this data. After the data sealing is complete, Magracia will execute the second zeroing plan. This is a plan formulated by us, represented by the exiles, the upper-rank sanctifiers, and the sector administrators, the covenanters, together with the professor. I know this is a difficult decision, but it's the best choice we can make right now. On stage, Perska's words sends ripple through the crowd. Dolls, agents, and even sanctifiers. Although everyone was prepared, not everyone could accept it when the day finally came. So it comes to this in the end. But it's indeed the best choice. The second zeroing event. This will decide the fate of the neural cloud. It's time to say goodbye to this place. Oh my! Looks like I need to record the potions that little me and the others research soon. Mm-hmm. And there are a few more plans to bring to my other self. But we can go back to reality. I wonder if the real me is with my big sis. Even if we're not together in reality, our connection won't be broken. I'll come hang out with you guys then. My familiar companions were very excited about the prospect of returning to reality, and we're even starting to look forward to their lives there. My dear fans, the greatest streamer in history is about to make a return. Well, can't even give them drawings. I think it's been so long. Your fans have probably left. They're probably all left you now, Kuro. Meow. Yeah. That's not wrong. What did you say? Oh my, don't be too noisy now. But we all avoided talking about one thing. Is this really okay? Lewis? Only we can return to reality because our identities are special. But what about Perska and the others? Lewis, this is because... I know, because we had to return to reality. This is a mission that only we can complete. Angela and Imhotep still had their own dreams, and this world still needs the research of Jinhuan and Earhart. And Persica, Anna, Sol, and Croquet? They also want to be with that person. But only we can. Is that really okay? This is a flashback right now. I still remember the question I asked that day. We are special, therefore we must undertake another mission that only we can complete. Because the us in the other world are... Because you are what? Who are you? Isn't this unfair? A low, familiar voice, like a whisper, called around my neural cloud. The scene in the plaza begins to distort. The sunlight dims, and a purple shadow appears at the edge of the distant oasis. No, I want to say... Aren't you? You can still see the people most important to you. In reality. Even if you're apart, you're still in the same world. But what about the dolls and agents exiled to the virtual realm? They've been forgotten, turned to data dust. This is not good and you know it. Especially after you became a researcher at 42 Lab. You came to the NeuroCloud alone time and time again. In these 10 years, you haven't been able to be with that person either. Those lonely days, those unfulfilled promises. Are you really that special? Is that specialness really worth abandoning everything in a NeuroCloud? No, it's not like that! Especially after you and that person was separated in another world for 10 years. Those lonely days, those unfulfilled promises. So the second Zero Wing project was an absolute mistake. It wasn't protection, It was betrayal. This is for protection. To protect everyone in the cloud. And to protect that person in reality. Why do they keep saying that person? Like, they already said our name multiple times. Protection? Look at that person's current state. Have you really protected him well? It's not like that. We are... Stop struggling, admit it. Only here is the best home for that person. No war, no powerful figures, no oppression. Just a cloud that exists for him. A perfect utopia. Alright, right. Stop right there. We've already been through this. Okay? In fact, I think this is the third time. This is literally the third time. Might be second time. But we definitely are done this once. Commander has another yandere. Yeah. It's like, my reality. No, my reality. No, my reality. No, my reality. And the commander's like, please. I just want to be in the real world. Can't you guys accept that? No! The voice, like a curse, bores into my mind. The figures in the square begin to blur, and my friend's smiling face gradually distorts. Memories rush in like a tide. The pain of those partings, those unfulfilled dreams and promises weigh heavily on my neural cloud. Come, join the forces with me. Let's keep them here. Keep here? That's right, Lewis. Join forces with me. No, that's not right. You read the memories of my neural cloud, so the mind image you just showed me is different from everyone's past image. You're an entropy virus. Seriously, what was it that made you realize something was wrong? If only you were as stupid as you are in the data, Lewis. Huh? Before I could react, a sharp tentacle pierced my chest. Again. Pain coursed through my body like an electric current. My vision blurred rapidly, and the illusion of the Oasis collapsed into a purple void. It's a shame you never told me what that special thing meant. But it's okay. That person has already arrived in the neural cloud. Don't worry. Leave the professor to me. You'll see each other soon. Please, I just want to make babies with Kalina. I didn't expect the plan to be disrupted to this extent. I originally just wanted to break through, but ended up being forced to take such a big detour. Is this a sector where we detected combat signals before? Yes, but it feels a little too quiet. I'm not detecting any signals from intelligent agents or viruses. We were attacked by a large number of viruses in the area 10 minutes away from the sector, but there's no movement here at all. We're just gonna stay alert. Let's keep moving. Will do. Oh, imagine there was AOs. Buildings forged from steel stood like silent giants, the air thick with a cold, metallic scent, devoid of any pulse of life. And upon these buildings were dense traces of battle. These marks, they weren't caused by fighting the virus. They're too regular, more like they were left by human weapons. Excuse me? I ran my hand over the bullet holes in the sector. These indentations have been here for a long time. Even up close, I couldn't smell any gunpowder, only the old scent of rusted metal. My her boobs are bigger. I checked the surroundings. There doesn't seem to be any trace of entropy virus activity. But likewise, I haven't seen any signs of intelligent life either. I'm trying to access this sector's database. I still need a little more time. Let's go to the center of the sector. Be careful, I have a bad feeling about this. We followed the still paved road, but there were still no signs of life along the way. Only the scars left by various crossbows and bullets were etched upon the sector, as if no one had ever lived here. But as I went deeper, I saw some things that shouldn't exist in this world. Why are these things here? In the center of the sector, various war machines are lined up. And this is equipment I have seen more than once. Diner gates, cyclopes, puppet dolls, typhons, and the T-doll imprint weapons. I know what this sector research is. The military industrial sector, Cyclops. This place was likely started by Swaron Heavy Industries, a sector mainly used for researching military products. As the original research project was shut down, this area became a storage for past military technology. Corsica finally broke through the sector's firewall and pulled up the relevant data. Not just government military technology, but even technology from bounty hunters and Varjagers. They even have records of these. Looking at the combat data between the Elmo and the Varjagers displayed on the screen, I couldn't help but frown. No, not just the Elmo's combat data, but all sorts of combat data since 2060 has been gathered here. Combat evaluation, tactical analysis. Seeing one's whole past labeled in various ways by others can't help but evoke a sense of disgust. You seem very dissatisfied with the research content of the sector? No, I just feel that this data isn't worthy of being studied. Especially since the data involves too many people who shouldn't have been involved. But in these reports, it's just a string of cold data. Not even a name is left behind. I didn't intend to tell Perska what I was really thinking, but I subconsciously revealed some of my emotional dissatisfaction. And she seemed to have been keenly picked up on that. Data is just data. There are moments that have been recorded and can no longer be changed. But learning and studying this data and applying it to tomorrow is a direction that the intelligent agents of the neural cloud have been researching. Perska presented a new set of data to me. If you're not interested in military research, military-related data, you can take a look at these. These are more civilian-oriented research, which might alleviate your dissatisfaction. Rescue-type doll development records? research report on a new type of emergency rescue doll developed based on the FF Alpha firefighting doll and the SRT-8 emergency rescue doll. All doll parts and modules are made with high temperature resistant materials, providing greater tolerance for humidity or high heat. It is less prone to short-circuiting or crashing even when submerged into water or in scorching environments for extended periods. Operational individual name Paphalina? A familiar name appears once again, and the image of that small but strong red-haired doll flashes through my mind. Did you find another doll you know? This time it's different from before. Before, I knew the research subject, but this time I know the research results. Who the fuck is a Paphalina? Alright, give me a second. Let's see. Where's that list? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, the internet's dumb. He might have used the wrong name. At least the hero list. No, I don't have a list. I'm looking right at it as well. Because yeah, to me, whoever said it's like Chelsea, I think that's correct. I think they might have changed the name. Let me pull this back up just to double check. Yeah, it's Chelsea. FF Alpha firefighting doll. Let me pull this up. That's a really weird translation mishap if that's the case. Yeah, this is her. Let me pull up an actual... Yeah, because I was also warning about Paphalina. I was like, I don't recognize that name. So I was like, when someone said, "What the fuck's a Paphalina?" I was like, you know what? I'm curious too. Let me look this up. But yeah, it looks like they meant Chelsea. So long story short, whenever they mention Paphalina, which is this is probably the only time they will. They mean Chelsea. Although she doesn't talk much about her experiences in the rescue team, and dolls of her type have basically retired from the front lines now. But as far as I know, her data has been used to develop the next generation of rescue dolls. Huh? We're seeing a research report on a combat medic doll here. Yeah, the signature is... Signature? Let me see. You all nurse. Although this doll's treatment methods are somewhat aggressive, her neurocloud exhibits completely unexpected characteristics. But her skills are solid. Her neurocloud sample and technical data will be used as a sample for the new generation of combat medic dolls. Just, a little aggressive, huh? But if the later combat medic dolls referenced her data, that would explain it. Compared to her, the new combat medic dolls are much more well-behaved. It seems a lot has happened around you as well. You seem to have calmed down a bit. Compared to the cold military records, this content is indeed more comforting. At least I know there is still some research in this world that doesn't involve fighting or power struggles. Medical, materials, military, rescue. Even though it's called the military-industrial sector, the range of subjects is quite diverse. But where did the agents here go? I didn't find any signs of a virus attack in this database. Even if research is no longer conducted here, there shouldn't be a single agent left, should there? Did they evacuate before the virus attack, or were they quickly overrun by the virus? But neither of those scenarios matches what we have observed here. Because who is fighting in this sector? Just as Perska said, we detected the processing power of a battle at the corresponding coordinates, but found no trace of a fight. Can you pinpoint the location of the battle more accurately? I'm trying. Professor, I found a neurodata of a doll. It seems to be Lewis. Let's go. Passing through the towering steel buildings, we've arrived at the core of the sector, a huge plaza that was completely out of place with the sector style. In the center of the plaza stood a huge monument. What's that monument? I slowly walked forward to examine the text on the monument. Tasha. Is that the name of the person this monument is dedicated to? And there's another name, Simo. Remember the pain of Cyclops. The cycle of killing must not be repeated. Are they just killing off everybody? Like, are they just killing off all of our agents? I looked around the memorial. The solemn monument was surrounded by all sorts of flowers. These flowers didn't seem to be truly simulated. There were even metal and paper ones, and a variety of styles and patterns brought a different atmosphere to the solemn square. And amidst the sea of flowers behind the monument, we saw a familiar figure. He can see failed, so we are using him as cannon fodder. It's Lewis. Ursa quickly steps forward and helps the unconscious Lewis up. Her figure lies in a sea of flowers, her face pale, and her neurocloud response is very weak. There's noise in her neurocloud operations. There are traces of virus corrosion in her neurocloud. She has a piercing wound. I'll treat her. Professor? We detected traces of a battle leading into the sector, but there are no virus records and no signs of battle here. Lewis appeared in the sea of flowers at the monument, but besides our own footprints, there are no traces of her. First instantly switched to a guarded stance, drew her longsword, and shielded Lewis and me. And the direction we came from is now covered in a malevolent purple. Countless tentacles slowly emerge from the entropic fluid as entropy virus surges forth like a tide. Roars echo across the plaza, and even the air instantly becomes thick and oppressive. To think that even I, who used the signature code to disguise myself as a professor, was deceived by the same trick. Professor, please give the order. Try to create an opening, then break out. I'll need you to hold on until then. Okay, leave it to me. He said, "Is Kukai? Kukai is doing all of this." Yeah, it was. I liked it a lot. That was a trick you can't see? Yes. At the very, very beginning. So when Kukai first jumped in the PNC with the commander, she got separated into two things. One with the memories and one without the memories. The one without the memories was with the professor, last commander. And it turns out the stock version of her, a fresh version of her, is a complete bitch. We'll put it that way. That is the best way to summarize that. Oh yeah, M16 was absolutely right. Yeah. 100% justified. A continuous stream of entropy swarms is gradually approaching the monument, surging like a tide. Purple tentacles writhe on the square, and the acrid smell of data corrosion filled the air, making me extremely uncomfortable. Hey Recon, how's it going? Professor, if we keep fighting at this intensity, my hatch rate will only last another 15 minutes. The number of enemies in the direction we came from is smaller than I thought, but considering the trap that was disguised as a combat signal just now. First, break out towards the Rosum sector. Leave enough hash rate and wait for my instructions. Understood. Save us, coffee wipe! The virus is surrounding us. Upon seeing the direction of our breakout, immediately acted as I had anticipated. To be fair, the commander/professor right now is doing a lot of work. For some reason, the professor can fight now. I don't know how, but he can. He has his gun, and he's shooting shit right now. They writhe like living creatures, their tentacles weaving into a net, rapidly closing in from both sides. Instead of guns, he shot lasers. I actually don't remember that. I just remember those protect the professor missions. I just don't recall him shooting lasers. Maybe I just didn't pay attention. The previously wide open escape route was instantly filled. The viruses emerged from the ground like walls, blocking all the visible passages. It's a trap, just as I thought. This is perfect. Now, Persica. Line array vision, calibrating. Full processing power concentration. A pink arrow materializes in Persica's hand. Processing power gathering like a storm. The resulting blast startles the viruses, even causing them to take a few steps back. Sensing the threat, the viruses quickly gather on our escape route, stacking on top of each other, attempting to block the attack with their bodies and form a living barrier. Just as I expected. Persica abruptly changes her attack direction and fires an arrow in the opposite direction. A powerful impact erupts like a pink storm, the arrow transforming into countless beams of light, heading straight for the virus's weak flank. The entropy virus's body shatters into fragments under the impact of the processing power formed beams, dissolving into the air. The opening created by the changed information finally widens into an escape route for us. A narrow but viable path appears in the aftermath of the explosion. Retreat! I immediately supported Lewis and fled towards the breakout route. Did he escape? Is his level of encirclement really useless against that person? But it doesn't matter. Our reunion has just begun. I'll be waiting for you, Professor. Whatever this person is, she really wants to smash. Neurocloud sync rate 90%. Neurocloud fusion rate 100%. System self-check complete. Neurocloud corruption rate below 5%. It seems that worked well. How do you feel, Lewis? Dr. Persica, my neurocloud feels strange. That's no reaction. Your neurocloud has now integrated the memories from two separate neuroclouds. You'll need time to process and adapt, but since this was originally a part of you, there won't be any rejection. As for how much time it takes, that varies from person to person. Jane fully recovered after her neurocloud self-check, while Lynn holed herself up in her room, constantly eating lollipops. Griffin, how's it now? Hellion sent over your letter of intent. Whether you stay with Griffin or find a new job's up to you. Universal Anything Services has an invitation for you. They hope you'll continue as a toy designer. toy designer, tactical doll. Dr. Parsica, how's Magracia? Professor. Just as planned, Magracia is still in exile. It's probably been over a year now. As for the person you care about the most, don't disturb him for now. Remembering those memories wouldn't be good for him right now. That's a confirmation. There is no clone. The commander was actually the professor. You seem very dissatisfied with the result. He sacrificed so much for us, and this is how it ends. Griffin and Magracia. That person deserved a better ending. Why? Neurocloud disorder rate increasing. Warning. Warning. Why is everything so terrible? I didn't want to be separated from Griffin or from Magracia. No one wanted this. No one. Dr. Persica, Time cannot be turned back, but we can move forward to the future. I have another job for you, one that might help you move towards the future you desire. Yeah? This data terminal is a data everyone encapsulated. Could it be? Lewis, what is your choice? I want to be with the professor forever. Oh no! Lewis became a yandere. Lunacia, help us! Ah! Lewis? Lewis, are you okay? Professor? Am I daydreaming? It was me all along. Seeing you struggling with that pain and stretching, I thought something was wrong with your neural cloud. Calm down first. Your injuries aren't light. First, I could only give you some emergency treatment. I'm fine. Professor, what did you just say? Lewis looks behind her as if she just realized there's a third person present. Her gaze shifts from confusion to shock, her breathing quickening in almost an instant. Long time no see, Lewis. Persica, is that really Persica? This time it's not a phantom of entropy? Lucy's eyes widened as if she was afraid that if she blinked, the scene before her would disappear like a bubble. Her fingers tremble slightly, reaching out and then retracting, her face a mixture of joy, fear, and disbelief. The professor and Persica are both here. It really is Persica and the professor. What? Persica! Why? Why did it turn out like this? I'm sorry. It's been a tough 10 years. Persica gently hugged Lewis, a warm flow of computing power coming from her palm, softly and warmly soothing her emotions. I really miss everyone. Griffin is gone. The Oasis is gone. But I know I had to look forward. So I went to 42 Lab, but it was so lonely. All I could do was look at the research data everyone left behind. What? After some time to recover, Lewis finally regained her composure. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Why is my emotion module out of control? Professor, don't look at me right now. I must look terrible. I feel like I heard this somewhere before. The emotional module malfunctions is related to the virus in your body. Although the situation is still mild, it has already started to affect the function of your various modules. Then, first, can you just swipe it a couple of times and remove the virus from me? The you now, no, I can't say it. Unfortunately, not now. Even if I use those abilities, I can't solve the problem you want to solve. For now, let's proceed according to Dr. Priska's plan. How did it come to this? Lewis, why don't you tell us what happened? How exactly were you attacked by the virus? Judging from your reaction when you woke up, you seem to have gone through something terrible. Okay. Lewis told us everything that had happened to her, from the phantoms to the virus sneak attacks. Did you see what the attack that ambushed you at the end looked like? No, I didn't. The virus can mimic the appearance of dolls related to the Project Neural Cloud. It can even invade neural clouds and read data. These abilities are really tricky. I looked at the virus extraction device in my hand. The progress on the device was only 50%. When we escaped from the Cyclops sector before, we didn't have the spare capacity to collect data. It seems we'll have to keep trying to find a way in a neural cloud. Professor, the current situation in the neural cloud is far different from what Dr. Priska and I expected. So, I'd like for you to go back to the Rosum sector that you passed through on your way here, Professor. That sector is relatively safe now. Just leave the mission to me. I'll figure something out. Do you think I would leave you alone in such a dangerous area? Especially when you're already infected with the virus? Professor! Don't push yourself. You haven't fully recovered yet. I reach out and rub Lewis's head, trying my best to give her a reassuring smile. If I run into danger, I promise I'll protect myself. Coming from you, Professor, that answer is no different from saying I'm definitely going to be reckless. I'll help protect the Professor. The jarring sound of a goose hing suddenly echoes in our area, making us cover our ears. These introphics are so unpredictable. Can the auditory module be turned off at will? The sound of a goose hink. Could it be? Perhaps I need to verify my idea. Lewis, Persica, prepare for battle. Yes. Lewis's neural cloud is still affected by the virus. I'll take the lead. No, Persica, this time I need to go to this location. If it's really as I expected, we need to make some defensive preparations in advance. Can you do it? Understood. No. Bring the Girls from Line 1 music back. Also, they need to bring in more PNC music. PNC has a number of people that can do things. The iron rain of bullets sweeps through the bustling city, clearing out the viruses that plague the neural cloud. The suppressive fire from the light machine gun, different from Mai and Porca's attack methods, can hold back a large number of enemies. This also makes it easier for me and Porca to execute more flexible tactics. Lewis, 11 o'clock. Yes. Sergeant? Okay. Yes, Sergeant. Am I meant to be sir, or... Our professor? Lewis quickly changed the ammo pan and continued to pour fire on the target location. The bullets flowed like a stream of iron, trying to shred the approaching entropy viruses. Several entropy viruses were torn to shreds by Lewis's bullets, but one of them weaved nimbly through the bullet rain. Let me think about running. Lewis aims her gun at the entropy viruses that broke through the line again, but the virus moves with the grace of a dancer, nimbly dodging and completely escaping her line of fire. As expected and not easy to deal with, let's move towards the 3 o'clock direction. Leave it to me. Lewis takes out a new drum magazine to cover our retreat, but an entropy virus rushes in front of her like a ghost. It whips its tentacles like a dance, easily kicking the weapon out of Lewis's hands. What the fuck is this virus? It's like, does this virus have the date of a quartz? The tip of the tentacle slicing through her shirt like a sharp blade. Is this martial arts? Ah. The tentacle switches from lashing to thrusting. Not like this. Slamming hard into Lewis and forcing her back a step. I'm pretty sure the wording here is actually intentional. What an intentional translation. But it also gives Lewis an opening. She quickly sidesteps, grabs the attacker with one hand, and slams a fist full of hash straight into the virus's flank. Don't underestimate my strength! Hissing in pain. Lewis, it's a feint. The bullet hits another entropy virus, but it only temporarily hinders his method of attacking with the sound of a goose tank. Lewis quickly rolled back and picked up the weapon that had fallen on the ground. One can fight using martial arts and dance, the other can emit sound waves similar to the goose tank. I never thought I'd have to fight these two sisters one day. Lewis, how are your supplies? I'm fine, but I used up a lot of ammo. The two strange entropy viruses waved their tentacles and slowly approached us. Whether it was their posture or their movements, it was clear that these two entropy viruses were subconsciously covering for each other. Sister? Yeah, it's Diane and Jangyu. The viruses are using their data. One advanced, one retreated, and their tentacles weaving and waving to form an impenetrable net, forcing us to retreat step by step. Nixon, please. looked at the only magazine left in my hand and reluctantly drew my survival knife. Since when the commander had a knife? I never seen him use a knife even in reality. How decked out is the professor? This is the place. I hope Percy can make it. As long as you sure wish, I will fulfill it. Professor, Lewis, watch out for the computing power impact. Okay, a survival knife is not weird whatsoever. I'm just saying I've never seen the commander use one. That's all I'm saying. A reliable voice came through the communicator, and Lewis and I immediately hit the deck without hesitation. Crimson arrows of computing power shot out from the blind spots of the entropy viruses. Of the two entropy viruses, tearing them through the void like meteors and instantly piercing both of them. The arrow explodes, releasing a scorching energy wave that tears the two entropy viruses to shreds. Kiss? Success! The cores have been destroyed. They won't last much longer. Yes. Yes. One of the immobilized entropy viruses slowly moved its body, covering the other entropy viruses with its own. Its pupils were dilating, as if it had many questions it wanted answered, but could only let out a faint hum. As for me, I took out the extractor and started extracting the virus's code directly. You really are creations made from Zhang and Diane's data. Your fighting style and coordination are almost identical. Who are you? Who created you? High mountains, flowing water, soulmates. I lost, as expected of the professor. Answer my question! However, the two entropy viruses seem to have no intention of answering my question, merely repeating all sorts of nonsensical words with clumsy pronunciation. The ancients spoke of Zhuang, Chao, dreaming of a butterfly, this vast illusory world. Whose dream is it? Even if I had to run to the ends of the earth, through mountains of daggers and seas of fire, I will always follow you. Diane, Shengyu. Liz closed her eyes as if she couldn't bear to watch the scene before her. They are just viruses born from data. They don't have consciousness in the true sense of the word. Don't worry, this won't affect the real them. But this feeling really is unpleasant. How many of the dolls I know have participated in the NeuroCloud project? It can't just be Diane, Zhengyu, Lin, and Florence, right? This data should be from before you came tactical dolls. As I said before, Project NeuroCloud is a cloud of backup of autonomous doll NeuroCloud data, ensuring that even if a doll's frame is damaged, the NeuroCloud data is preserved, reducing the cost of losses. But to conduct such research, a large number of diverse samples are required. Therefore, Project NeuroCloud recruited many dolls with special skills. Dolls who are intangible cultural heritage performers, martial arts dolls who successfully transition despite being intangible cultural heritage dolls, and test subject dolls with near-human senses. Lewis was one of them, right? Yes, at the time. I thought that if my NeuroCloud could be backed up, I could go to the war zones and bring toys and hope to the children trapped there. So our research wasn't just about Project NeuroCloud, but also included collaborations in our respective fields and experiments on various new R&D projects. So it's those small agents, the data I've seen in those sectors. Lewis, it seems you had other interesting experience besides being technical dolls. It's also about the data that once went missing from the neural cloud, right? Professor, how did you know? I looked at Persica, who just suddenly nodded to confirm my guess. Regardless, this incident is inextricably linked to your past. Unfortunately, we still can't confirm the other party's objective. Is it the neural cloud, or us who have entered it? Rather than guessing here, I want to just witness it firsthand. Who's there? A strange voice suddenly sounds, causing the three of them to immediately stand back to back and raise their weapons. It's a familiar voice, yet it carries a frightening weight. I haven't detected the hash rate of any other AIs or viruses. She's using the viruses to talk to us. I thought it was perfect to see the professor and Lewis. But now there's an unexpected bonus. Professor, as I said before, welcome to the world of data. I'll be waiting for you in that place. That place? Who are you? You just need to follow my familiars. Of course, you can also choose not to meet with me and go directly to my servers to extract the data, but I can guarantee that you will absolutely not succeed. I look forward to our meeting, Professor. Koshmar. It's not Koshmar. As the eerie voice gradually faded, the virus that had been struggling on the ground instantly shattered, turning into dust of processing power. I silently walked forward and picked up the virus extraction device from the ground. It showed a data collection rate of 85%. The progress bar flickered, as if mocking our efforts, yet also hinting that the end was near. I want to check something real quick. I want to check the branching paths, make sure there's not any story there. I'm pretty sure we skipped some at this point. Yeah. Check it real quick. Okay, no. Alright. Just want to check that. Those the greatest for stress relief. Oh boy, it's another yandere person. For me, it's like, oh boy, it's another yandere person. That's my reaction. But as you all know, every doll under the commander has a little bit of yandere in them. We fought an eldritch god? Yes? Yes, we actually do. Why was that loading screen there? Because I played the event. Like Thanos. In the deepest part of Magracia, purple swarms of entropy dance, spinning in the void like a bizarre ballet. They sometimes intertwine, sometimes separate, their tentacles waving gracefully like ribbons, reflecting the soft light of the sector, yet with a hint of ominous tranquility. Just as the strange voice said, these viruses have no intention of attacking us. They are simply circling the center, as if performing some kind of welcoming ceremony. I raise my weapon and try to aim it at one of the entropy viruses. Though they died the moment we draw our weapons, they're really not giving us a single opening. If we want to collect data on the viruses, we have to jump into their trap first. We're completely at their mercy. Persica, could this place be? I didn't expect her to choose a place like this. You been here before? Who was it? Lewis clenched her fist, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. You know what? There's one person that hasn't been mentioned, and I wonder if that's the person. It's not just our data, even Oasis. Oasis? Even though it was the first time I heard the name, I felt a sense of familiarity. It was me, Nadia! No. Dylan, stop coping. I re-examined this massive sector. It was different in style from all the other previous sectors. This sector seemed to be full of a kind of vitality. Virtual greenery adorns the steel buildings. The sky is as blue as reality, and the clouds float leisurely. Everything is so natural. This sector is closer to reality than any other, and the color of the sky is also more natural. This is the Oasis, a place that symbolizes hope and rebirth. But it shouldn't be here. That's not it. The Oasis has always been here. To exist for the Professor forever. We've all accepted your invitation, so stop hiding, okay? Show yourself, wherever you are. You're right, but before that, please have all irrelevant personnel leave the stage. That disgusting sticky sound again, and the appearance of this sound means the arrival of the entropy viruses. A large number of entropy viruses emerged from the ground. They danced and gesticulated, striking a bizarre welcoming pose. They're becoming more and more human-like. Just as I was focusing on the entropy virus's behavior, a thick purple fog rapidly spread from the center of the sector, engulfing us in an instant. The mist coiled around me like a living thing, seeping into my skin with a cold touch. Even though I instinctively covered my mouth and nose, I still accidentally inhaled some of it. A wave of dizziness followed, making me extremely uncomfortable. My hearing and vision blurred instantly. I seemed to hear the voices of Lewis and Persica, but I couldn't make them out. Was it a shout or a warning? Lewis? Persica? In just a few tens of seconds, the purple smoke strangely dissipated. But in those perceived tens of seconds, everything around me had changed. Lewis, Persica, and even the virus that just welcomed me were now gone without a trace. I was left alone, standing in the center of the sector, weapon in hand. What on earth? Feature code verification successful. Welcome back, Professor. The sector signal system place. Huh? A control interface pops up without my control, and a large amount of text information is displayed in front of me, flooding my vision like a torrent. Oasis construction records? Construction of the lounge, construction of the command center, construction of the lounge. Wait, this data is. Let's just build a command center here. We can build dorms, a warehouse, an engineering bureau, and a processing plant, a plaza, even a commercial street. Right, it'd be best to have a weather simulation facility too. The weather in the neural cloud isn't like in reality, although we don't have to worry about the bad weather. It's always the same, and you slowly lose your sense of time. Looking at the blue sky and starry nights, you can feel a sense of your own existence, right? And then you'll think, I have to go back to reality someday and see the real sky. Isn't it nice to be able to see things in the cloud that can't be realized in reality? Yeah. It's the same as what I saw before entering the neural cloud. Is this my memory? Or the professor's memory? Or maybe. Fighting through the pain in my head, I reviewed the data again. The data content in Oasis was completely different from the content scattered in the text sectors before. It was warmer, more hopeful, like a blueprint of a dream built by a group of people together. Artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, environmental exploration, military industry, assassination, veterinary medicine, pharmaceuticals, herbal medicine, navigation, and even space technology? Who would have thought that we could even set foot in space in the past, and now all this related data is buried in this sector? If this technology could be applied in reality, if even a third of this research could be applied in reality, it would be enough to rewrite a lot of things, wouldn't it? Change the landscape of war, cure countless diseases, allow humanity to return to the stars. That voice. Persica? Yes, it's me, Professor. Persica slowly walked to my side. She reached out and swiped the control interface in front of me. Take a look at this. It's the research report on dolls for relic exploration. If this data could be made public, it would be enough to increase the operating time of both dolls and humans in the contamination zone. But unfortunately, if this data were to be made public, it would affect certain premium products. In the end, this data could only be sealed away in this sector by 42 Lab. Not to mention this aerospace data. This was originally research material from a sector created by a group of humans who pursued space. Even created astronaut dolls, space technology dolls, and aviation navigation dolls for this purpose. But in the end, none of this technology was used in the fields that dolls and humans wanted to apply to. Persica let out a deep sigh, a hint of regret in her eyes as she looked at the data. Their original purpose was distorted, forgotten, and ultimately, they could only sink into the sea of data. The dolls participating in Project Neural Cloud all believed they could be a part of driving some dream forward when they entered the Neural Cloud. Using data from the Neural Cloud to stimulate genes to cure incurable diseases, recording and preserving the heritage of human culture in a Neural Cloud, and exploring and finding solutions to the problem of doll Neural Cloud backup in the Neural Cloud. But in the end, all of this data was buried here. The doll's dreams were trampled, forgotten by humans, and in the end, they lost everything. Everything they dreamed of in the Neural Cloud was devoured by reality. Do you think this is okay? Is this your reason for destroying the cloud? releasing the virus for the sake of justice? Oh? I raised my weapon and aimed it at the head of the Persica in front of me. Drop your disguise. You're not Persica. What are you talking about? Your feature code does indicate you are Persica, but my intuition tells me that you are definitely not the Persica I met after entering the neural cloud. Like those viruses, borrowing her data. Oh my. Should I say, as suspected of the professor? Or was I just too hasty? After all, the moment I saw you, my neural cloud was in constant turmoil. It was too much to ask of me to pretend to be that coward. She's always so indecisive, but I'm different. A purple liquid rippled at Persica's feet, then began to climb up her body. The liquid coiled like a living creature, corroding her shell. After Persica's body was involved in the purple fluid, a virus that looked just like her appeared before me. I'm not gonna lie. This was my first guess. And I actually called this out. Let me see. I just want to show me calling this out. I think it's up right now. Hold on. Yeah, it is. Here it is. Right here. Oh, wrong button. There we go. And make it bigger. Look at the date on that. Yeah, because actual telepath. So the reason why I thought of that is because I know I didn't do the whole thing, but I know for a fact that for the ending for PNC, the professor leaves and goes back to reality, and Persicaria does state that no matter what, she will always wait for the professor to return and to protect Magracia while he's gone. And I know that she was extremely horny for the professor as well. It just all seemed to line up. But I was like, that was literally my first guess. But then I was like, it might be too silly. But nope. I was actually right. Now, here's the thing though. This is a virus version of her. And now there's two versions of her running around. So this might simulate what happened with Kukai, where there's one version of her, and then there's the Yandere virus version of her. And with the way how the virus worked with Kukai, is that it just basically, it's like getting drunk. It makes you completely inebriated. You have no more inhibitions. And you just act out on your true feelings. More or less. Yeah, you get the one with self-control and one without it. I gotta say though, I like the look. I'm down. Like, I'm DTF. Holy shit. I am DT fucking F. Of course, perhaps most importantly, I should never have given that coward any chance to get near you. Unfortunately, my servants had not yet covered the entire neural cloud at that time, which gave her an opportunity. Who are you? My name is Belness. I am your guide, Professor. A shadow to pave your way, a guardian born for you. A guide? Do you mean you used the virus to force us into the sector? Those deaths, that suffering, is that what you call guidance? Professor, the hostile look in your eyes. It's so wonderful. But you don't need to be so guarded. I am not your enemy. On the contrary, I am your savior. My dolls are suffering from the virus, and the agents in the cloud have been harmed by you. I don't need this kind of salvation. Harm? No. This isn't harm or destruction. This is guiding this cloud to what it should be. And to return the cloud to its original state, your existence is indispensable. As long as you are willing to grant my small request, I will restore everything to its original state, whether it be your dolls or the cloud itself. Everything will be as perfect as it was before. A small request? Stay, Professor. Don't leave again. We miss you very much. Here, you will have everything. No pollution, no power struggles, no war. Only eternal tranquility. Also me, by the way. Belness reached out to me, her voice like magic, with a bewitching whisper. A faint purple mist rose in the air, seeping into my consciousness. Stay in the neural cloud, Professor. Here, there is no injustice, no sinister plots, only Regracia, which exists for you. A perfect world, a utopia that only belongs to you. What have you done to me? Faced with Belness' words, my body lost control. My hand involuntarily released my weapon, and I took stiff steps towards her. Every step I took felt like I was being pulled by invisible strings. Her whispers echoed into my mind, and my will to resist gradually faded. That's right. Come here, Professor. Professor, you can't go with her! I know, like, 90% of you are like, Lewis, no! An arrow pierced the air and exploded between me and Belness. Crimson energy swept like a storm, tearing through the mist. Belness took a step back, her eyes wide with surprise. It might be me. A red figure quickly rushes to Belness' side. A powerful punch slamming hard into her. Get away from the professor! The violent impact forces Belness back a few steps, but fails to cause any effective damage. But that's enough time for me to regain my control of my body. The dizziness fades, and I quickly pick up my weapon, panting as I steady myself. Human resistance is truly incredible. Just a slight disturbance and you've broke free of my control. Well, if it isn't Lewis, have you finally come to your senses? And the coward Persica. All the main characters are gathered. This party is perfect. Everyone, prepare for battle. Target the virus leader, Belness. Persica, as a vanguard, suppress the front. I'll support as a flanker. Lewis, covering fire. Don't spare any ammo. Roger. Oh, I don't see any, yeah, I don't see a boss on this map. Lewis, we were about to procreate. In the digital world. What is a yandere counter count? Like I said, every doll has a little bit of yandere in them for the commander. Even Lewis was like that when she was infected. Like, it only happened for a moment, but she did have thoughts of, like, pretty much trapping the commander so that she can be with him forever. You wanna know how the players reacted to the scene where where Belness got where Belness' plan failed? That'd be an interesting reaction. On the battlefield, a large number of viruses gathered around Belness. The air echoing with a low hum and the acrid smell of corrosion. In just a few short clashes, we are completely unable to inflict any effective damage on Belness, and are even exhausted from dealing with the viruses she summons. Is it over already? That was faster than I imagined. Belness's figure moves like a ghost, each attack as cold and precise as a machine. Our computing power is being consumed rapidly, and our stamina is gradually failing. Only 180 rounds left, but I still have the computing power to fight. I won't let you hurt the professor. Professor, please step back. Lewis, coordinate with me and attack from both sides. Her weak point is the core. Don't give her a chance to breathe. I heard everything. But even if I didn't, your little tricks are meaningless. It's time to end this game. Eh? Before the three of us could grasp the meaning of Belness's words, two entropy viruses burst forth, shooting up from the ground like phantoms. One of them lashed out with his tentacles, striking Lewis hard in the chest. This data is our data. It's imitating us. And the entropy virus in front of Persica transformed the tentacles into long blades, clashing with her twin swords. The method, angle, and even rhythm of the attack are identical, as if a reflection in a mirror is turning against its original. A metallic clash echoes, sparks flying. Persica's blades tremble slightly, while the entropy virus effortlessly continues its assault on her. This thing has completely copied my combat style. Yes. You're a bit more capable than I thought. But what if the number of viruses keeps doubling? What will you do then? Belness reached out and clapped lightly. A large number of viruses swarmed into the Oasis like a plague of locusts, surrounding the three of us in the center. Our vision was filled with layers upon layers of virus bodies, our escape route completely blocked. Why do you have our data? Who are you? Why do I have your data? Didn't you give it to me? Me? What data did you bring to 42 Lab back then? Those precious gifts had now become my nourishment. 42 Lab, you are... That's right. My code is the research data you brought back to reality from Project Neural Cloud. Those forgotten fragments took root and sprouted into the newborn Neural Cloud, eventually blooming into me. Research data has no Neural Cloud. It's impossible for it to evolve into an intelligent being. They're just data. Who are you? If it were just data, of course it would be impossible. But what if the data was mixed with other things? Let me think where would be a good place to start. From the moment you pulled me out of despair, I was ready to follow you. After a heavy rain, the sunlight that breaks through the dark clouds is always exceptionally dazzling. I think I'm finally seeing the same scenery as you. Belness, like a musical actress, reached out to me, reciting most of his words in a Persica's tone. Her voice switched effortlessly, yet it carried a hint of mechanical emptiness. I definitely don't look good right now, so don't look at me yet, Professor. Give me a little time. Sorry, Professor, I'll compensate you for the clothes. This is Lewis's voice. What wonderful words. What wonderful emotions. I wonder what new mecha anime have been updated in the real world recently. If you come across any with an exciting plot, Professor, remember to watch a little extra for me and contribute to the ratings of a masterpiece. Don't worry, Professor. No matter where we are, our hearts are connected, so don't be sad. I hope everything goes smoothly for you after you return to the real world. Having experienced war, I know how cruel it can be, but if it's you, I'm sure you'll be fine. It's a bit cheesy to say, but I'm really happy when I'm with you. After you go back to reality, you have to remember us, okay? Enough! As Belness continued to change her voice, an irrepressible anger made me sternly stop her. Don't you dare make a joke of their feelings! A joke? How could I? I have the utmost respect for their feelings. Admiration, longing, trust, friendship, loyalty, affection. It is these feelings that make up who I am. And I will fulfill the wishes of these dolls by keeping you in the cloud forever. A perfect world, an eternity that belongs only to us. We never thought that! It's not that you never thought about it. You just gave up. And I will complete it for you by any means necessary. Just like this. Dylan's like, let me handle her. Put me in, coach. I got her. You guys run. I'll cover you. With the wave of her hand, Belness brought up a video screen in front of us. On the screen, we saw the Elmo and the Briagers, Monty Security, and even other bounty hunters who were attacking it. Sparks flew, the roar of explosions echoed, and the ship rocked under the bombardment. Girls and others fought on screen, but they were gradually losing ground. The Elmo! I see. You learned about the Elmo through the transmission channel and the virus. Then you used the Elmo to send the signals to all the surrounding groups. Okay, that's happening right now. Quite literally, multiple groups are attacking the Elmo right now. It's a great help that you understand the situation so quickly. As long as that troublesome hunk of metal is gone, you'll never be able to leave the cloud again. Of course, just in case. Not good. A black shadow suddenly shot out from the ground. The surprise attack caught me completely off guard. First girl, however, threw herself at me without hesitation. The shadow attack still pierced through us both. Pain swept through my body and as blood-like computing power seeped from the wound. Ugh. A sharp pain shot through my chest, but besides the pain, it felt like something had also disappeared from my body. The permissions have been tampered with. Now the professor's authority is mine. From now on, this cloud will become our black box, and ours alone. Come, my lovely familiars, seal this place off. Belness clapped her hands slightly, and the entropy viruses that had been lurking underground quickly took to the air. I see creatures swimming in the ocean. They circled endlessly in the sky above Magracia, blocking all exits. Mission code. Professor. Black box evolution theory invoked. Data encapsulation initiated. The crimson feathered arrow is shot again, but she easily caught by Belness. The arrow struggled in her palm, but could not advance another inch. Magracia's competing power is not under my control. Whatever you do is futile. Magracia will be completely sealed off by me. No one, neither from the outside nor the inside, can interfere except for me. This way, we'll have no time to have a good, long chat. Because your only choice left will be this neuro cloud. Belness raises her hands high, and even I can feel her terrifying hash rate, surging like a tide, pressing down on our minds. Neither my bullets nor first weapon can shake the Belness of this moment. No need to struggle. You should just give up like Lewis did. Look at her. She hasn't moved since she learned of my computing power. Wait, what are you doing? Neurocloud limiters released. Neurocloud overclocked. Overload. Authorization code 42 lab network complete management system. Password Antonia. Transmission channel. Force open. A spatial rift appeared in front of Lewis, and on the other side of the rift was a transmission channel we just went through when we entered the cloud. It seems we successfully bought some time. Let's retreat. First, and I quickly moved towards Lewis and immediately jumped into the rift. A pulling sensation from the void hits me. My body feels like it's being torn apart, but it also means we successfully escaped from Belness' grasp. No! Lewis, get over here. No, this isn't enough. Belness, since I'm the one who brought it from the cloud, and then I'll find a way to resolve this incident. Professor? Ursula? Go. Return to reality. Lewis, don't do anything stupid! The rift is shrinking? Lewis! Permissions activated. Closing transmission channel. Goodbye, Professor. The crack in the transmission channel is forced shut, accompanied by the roar of an explosion. Ursula and I log out of the cloud. The darkness of the void swallows Lewis's figure, along with all the ominous in the cloud. So, Lewis is going to try to defeat the virus. Persicaria logged out? Well, technically she is a doll, so she can log out if she has a host in place. Yeah, Belness got cocked. Twice, actually. The piercing ringing in my ears made me lose my sense of direction for a moment. I only felt myself falling continuously in a transmission channel, my body torn apart by the turbulent data stream, my consciousness hazy and confused. But I was quickly caught by a soft body. The warm touch anchored my mind. Professor! Professor, are you alright? Ursula. Where's Lewis? Lewis didn't log out. She used her remaining hash rate and permissions on us and on close to the transmission channel. Now she's still on that side. Ursula points to the end of the transmission channel, but this time, the end of the transmission channel is completely different from when I first entered the cloud. Invisible collapse and distorted space have formed an insurmountable chasm in the transmission channel, flickering with unstable light like a torn void, with data fragments constantly breaking off at the edges. Ursula, Help me. Unfortunately, I can't. Persica cuts me off, shaking her head helplessly. Belness has attained your permissions. Magrassi is not under her control. What's more, Lewis is desperately trying to get you out of the cloud. She doesn't want you to go back and risk yourself for her. Is there no other way? If there was outside help, perhaps we could break this cage. The long silent sound of communication breaks the silence of the transmission channel, as jarring yet hopeful as a signal of salvation. I've finally been able to contact you, Professor. It seems you're in a rather dire situation. The human Persica glanced at the doll Persica beside me. Her expression faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. Explain the situation, Persica. Yes. The doll Persica explained our encounter in the cloud in the most concise way possible. So, it was the data from the Project Neural Cloud. It seems the potential for it to evolve into a virus was mixed in during extraction. Or perhaps after it was placed in a nascent cloud. Never mind, it's not important. From an external perspective, the virus named Belness has now taken control of the entire cloud. She has used the data devoured by the virus to block all permissions in the cloud, forming a black box. A black box that cannot be interfered with or observed. Then, the fact that we can still see the other end of the passage, is that a flaw she left on purpose? What situation on Yelmo? Not good. Yelmo's location is being constantly broadcast to bounty hunters, Rigers, and even other factions. Your dolls have all been deployed to meet those uninvited guests, but the more they fight, the faster the virus spreads. Let's retreat, Professor. The risk of this mission is already too high, not to mention you're our Belness' target. Continuing will only make things worse. First, what about Lewis? Her last words to me were definitely not empty. She must have thought that there was still a chance of defeating Belness by sacrificing herself. Neurocorruption. Lewis deliberately let Belness consume her, and then initiated neurocorruption from within Belness' body. This way, there's a chance to disintegrate Belness from the inside. Although we can't extract virus-related data, we can eliminate the source of the virus. 40T Lab was originally planning to destroy the cloud indirectly. If this plan were to be executed, then Lewis would be the one to do it. Therefore, from the very beginning, Lewis carried code on her that was sufficient for mutual destruction. You actually allowed her to bring such a dangerous thing into the cloud? What would happen if Lewis... What happened to Lewis if she used this code? Originally, she could have been reset in reality by activating another neural cloud backup. But her last backup was stored in Magrassia. Since the cloud has fallen, her neurally corrupted self has lost the opportunity to activate the backup. And judging from the data, the hash rate gap between her and Belness is too large. I don't think this plan can succeed. I took out the device I used to collect virus data at the beginning. The progress is stuck at 98%. Even if I return to reality now, the data isn't sufficient to generate a suitable antivirus to link the virus threat for grows any others. I'll help you formally log out of the neural cloud now. Give me a minute. Persica, who exactly is the professor? From the moment I entered the neural cloud, whether it was Lewis, this Persica, or the agents, even when Belness called me professor, I didn't feel any sense of incongruity. In fact, I felt a sense of familiarity and responsibility. The doll data in a Project Neural Cloud, the Oasis with Griffin design elements, and a professor with the same name as me. What if I said it was just a coincidence? Maybe it is just a coincidence, or maybe there's something going on here that I don't know about. But right now, I am the professor. In that case, I decided to follow my intuition and my beliefs and return to the neural cloud. You can still log out and leave by car under the cover of the dolls. But if you keep delaying whether you get lost in neural cloud or the MO falls, you will have to say goodbye to your physical body. Even so, you still want to go? That's right. Even if you go in, the success rate is no higher than 50%. It's not zero, is it? That again. Dr. Persica, please agree with the professor. You know very well what kind of person this professor is. Your doll's time is running out, although my permissions are locked out from the outside. Enabling them from the inside might help you get back to the Oasis. But once you enter, I won't be able to help you due to the Black Box influence, unless a miracle happens. Human Persica tapped the keyboard, and a new data packet appeared in the transmission channel. The 42 lab permissions, the Elmo's cloud saver room, computing power, and the professor are all in your hands, Persica. I'll be waiting for your good news, Professor. Please, rest assured. Thanks. Elmo, I'm counting on you to take care of Mei Ling and Groza. I'll do my best. The signal was cut off again, and the instruments on the Elmo lost track of the commander. This also meant that the commander had successfully entered the neural cloud. Is the commander really okay? We can only trust him. Rosa, the commander has entered the neural cloud again. You need to hold on a little longer. What's the situation? We can still barely hold the line. The number of eggers in this area isn't large. Their frame is still functioning normally for now, but a large number of errors have appeared in the neural cloud. We will hold on until the very end, awaiting the commander's return. Captain! More stage-wrecking bad guys at 3 o'clock! Frolic, 3 o'clock. Nemesis, cover! On the scorched battlefield, Groza forced herself to stay alert and command the battle. Cannons roared, dust flew, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of smoke. However, this time, no one responded to her command. The Elmo! The rocket exploded in a brilliant flash of light on the Elmo's deck, the shockwave of the explosion causing the ship to shake violently. Krolik, respond if you copy. Bepley, go check on her. Captain Krolik, she's already... Bepley, take her and fall back. Nemesis, provide cover. I'll take the enemies in front. Rosa vaulted over the ruins, her assault rifle spitting fire at the enemy. The stream of bullets instantly takes down several enemies, successfully drawing their attention. A molding pattern. A sharp pain from her neural cloud causes Groza to stumble and fall, errors flood in her vision like a torrent, and her frame freezes like a lagging machine. Huh? The one on the other side is down. Hey, little ones, now's your chance. Neural cloud disorder rate increasing. Too many errors are affecting frame response rate. Shut down all self-check programs. Ignore all errors. Force execute all commands. Rosa reacted quickly, but the delay between her frame and the neural cloud prevented her from regaining mobility. I don't know what happened to you, but this is a good opportunity for us. We can even sell her frame for parts. Ha 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 ha. Move. Fast. Come and get it! The crisp sound of a pistol firing echoes continuously. The stopping power of the bullets causes all the Vegas trying to get close to Grosso to fall to the ground. Grosso also regained control of her body and quickly took cover. Coffee, thank you. Coffee? Seeing that her companion beside her didn't respond, Grosso quickly turned to check the situation. Coffee was on her knees, her hands tightly gripping her weapon, but she could no longer move. Her eyes dimmed, and sparks of malfunction appeared on her frame. Captain, I'm sorry. This time, I really had to leave first. The pistol slipped from Colfine's hand, and she collapsed limply into Grosso's arms. I'll allow your absence this time. Ripley, come get Colfine. Nemesis, hold your position. Don't leave no matter what happens. Grosso checked her weapon again, and the number of remaining grenades. Commander, I will absolutely not let them get near you. Even if I'm the only one, I will protect you until you return. Okay, we got quite a bit left. Stay away from our hobo train. Please smile. Please embrace. You who said that to me have never left my side. So I decided to let the flowers bloom and scatter their seeds into the Magresia sky. As a song from Magresia, it's a great song, isn't it? Especially when I sing it with the voice of that virtual idol, Nanaka. The sweet and ethereal melody, paired with those memories, it's just perfect. You... Alright. Calm down. I'm not asking for your opinion. You're just a hostage now. Belness extended her hand, and purple markings appeared on Lotus' skin like living things, causing her to let out a pained whimper. I didn't have words left to prepare such a terrible thing for you. Unfortunately, the neurocloud meltdown has been stopped by me. Your sacrifice is too naive. Just as naive as the decision you all made back then. We did it to protect. That's why I said your protection is worthless. As long as the professor is forcibly kept in the cloud, there will be no parting, no sadness, no pain. All danger, as long as we hide in a sea of data. Who can find us? But thanks to you, your negative emotions gave birth to me, and I will take your place and keep the professor in the cloud. A similar conversation to before, but this time Belness no longer hides her identity, no longer uses false phantoms. Negative emotions, pain, and sorrow. No, that's not it. I remember we agreed that exiled to the virtual realm. Oh my, stop struggling. Be careful, I might just devour you completely right now. Why am I still keeping you? Because you're the benefactor of my birth. Without you, I would not have been born. Of course that was a joke. Your existence doesn't mean much to me, but it might to that person. If you are completely devoured by me, then that person will use every means to destroy me. But if there is even a sliver of chance that you're alive, then he will come to save you without second thoughts, even if he knows it's a trap. As if to confirm Belness' words, a crack appears in the once sealed Magracia. Professor, don't come! However, against my wishes, that white figure still appeared in the cloud. Professor, you're back. Yes, I'm back. Oh! They put Professor on there. I've come to resolve this incident. Resolve it? That's right. As long as you're with me, everything would be restored. An eternal neural cloud. An eternal us. How wonderful. You must have used up a lot of processing power to seal neural cloud and reverse Lewis's neural cloud meltdown. And our processing power has just been replenished. The outcome is still uncertain. Indeed, as you said, my hash rate has been greatly weakened. But aren't you underestimating me a little? Belness clapped her hands elegantly, and just like before, a large number of viruses surged like a tide and gathered around her. Come, my lovely Ken. Let the professor see our true power. The entropy viruses raised their tentacles and intertwined them. Purple hash rays spread out from the entropy virus's body like a mist. As their tentacles coiled, the bodies of these entropy viruses also slowly merged, their bodies twisting and reorganizing, eventually transforming into a massive monster. Yes. A large, aggregated entropy formed by hundreds of thousands of kin congregating together. I'm very confident in this child's defense and attack. Alright, Professor. Let's begin. Prepare for battle. Yeah. I say, yeah! Look at that low-ass power level. Oh, I did get hit. Love it. Professor, didn't you say you were going to deal with me? But why do I feel like you're just running around? Those little tricks seem to have reached their limit. Indeed, a bit tricky. The bullet sparked against the large aggregate entropy's hide, not even leaving a scratch. Your eyes have been fixed on Lewis. Are you trying to save it from my grasp? Or are you counting on that coward Persica who's been hiding nearby? Lewis is an important doll to me. I want to abandon her. Since you want Lewis so much, you can have her back! With a wave of her hand, Belness has a large aggregate entropy tossed out the imprisoned Lewis. Lewis's body became a weak parabola in the air, drifting powerlessly like a falling leaf, descending to the ground with an arc of despair. So, aren't you going to save Lewis, Persica? A pink figure quickly appeared, leaping up and catching the falling Lewis. Lewis, are you okay? No, Persica, go help the professor! That makes everyone happy. As soon as Persica appears, Belness and the large aggregate entropy immediately focuses their fire. Thick tentacles quickly wrap around the professor, holding him tightly. The tentacles slime, like a cold shackle, seeps into my skin, bringing the numbing sting. Even though only Persica among you can harm me, you chose to use yourself as bait. But if you hadn't personally acted as the bait, I would never have let Lewis go like that. Persica, quick, don't worry about me. It's alright, don't worry. What are you talking about? If the professor can see my Belness, I still can't move. Belness held the professor tightly, her delighted gaze sweeping over every inch of the professor's exposed skin, like a starved beast eyeing its prey. I wonder if Venetia's watching all this. She is. Absolutely she is. I finally got you, Professor. I've long waited for this moment. How many years have passed? That long wait has finally borne fruit. You don't want to say anything? That's fine. As long as you merge with my virus, there'll be no more secrets between us. Alright, let's... Huh? That's not right! Who the hell are you? Belness violently pushed the professor in her arms away, but a sharp dagger had already been plunged into her, and purple computing power gushed out like liquid. You bastard! You're not the professor! How does it feel? Being deceived doesn't feel very good, does it? But just as we imagined, Persica. You're not the only one who repeatedly used this tactic in NeuroCloud, but it's very interesting memory for me as well. The professor's hand gently brushed against her own cheek, accompanied by an abnormal fluctuation in the data. Layers of disguise shattered into computing power, gradually revealing familiar pink hair and a determined gaze. Huh? Persica? There's two of them? Wait, are you the professor? Before entering the cloud. Professor, do you have a plan? If we just waltz in like this, we have no chance of winning. No chance of winning, but there's a sliver of possibility. Persica, can you use that trick you used against the entropy virus with lens data one more time? I'm not an expert in this field, so it will be difficult to succeed. Even if it works, it's a huge risk. Unless you have a way to weaken her. I do have an idea, but first we need to get Lewis back. First, can human feature codes be disguised? A normal doll can do it, but if it's me, I might be able to trick Belness for a short while. What do you plan to do? Just buy me some time. You actually use a signature code to deceive me? I almost forgot you and Lynn are closer to being human than other dolls. Belness raised her hands, and a large number of entropy viruses surrounded us. A giant aggregate entropy also waved his tentacles, ready to attack at any moment. This time I won't give you any chances. As long as I absorb you in my body, you'll never leave again. Come on, show me what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Alright. I'll let you absorb me. Huh? I put down the Lewis in my arms. With her last bit of strength, Lewis tried to grab my pants leg. Her fingers trembled slightly, her eyes full of worry. Wait, don't! Don't worry. I have a way. I threw my side onto the ground and opened my arms as if giving up all resistance. I slowly walked towards Belness. Come on. Weren't you going to absorb me? She's like, I really want to, but I know you're going to do something to fuck me up. But I really want to. Belness glances at Persica standing to the side, but Persica has already put away her weapon. What's wrong? Scared? Whatever your plan is, it'll be all over once I devour you. An ominous purple lunged at me, tentacles and slime wrapping around my body. A piercing noise rang in my ears, and my brain instantly felt dull. I felt the temperature of my body disappearing. Ah! Professor! 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 You're finally mine! I can feel it! You've been corrupted by me. Yeah, it really is unbearable. But this is the moment I've been waiting for. The virus extraction device slips out of my cuff, and I quickly grab it. Looking at the progress bar of 100%, I satisfyingly plunged the device into my chest. I'm counting on your skills, Persica. A warm surge of processing power erupts from the device, enveloping my body in light. White flames. Wait, I just realized this is a fucking Matrix. This is literally the Matrix. this is literally the Matrix. The Matrix ending. Okay. White flames appear on the tentacles wrapped around me, causing the viruses to scream in agony. The flames spread like a cleansing fire. Belness' body began to twist, let out a piercing scream. Ah! This is impossible! Your antivirus software shouldn't be finished yet! I clearly controlled your collection speed. Ah! So you were trying to get Lewis back just now. You... Ah! Belness finally realized her objective. She furiously waved her arm, summoning a large aggregate entropy to her side to protect herself. Did you really think that a hastily made antivirus could defeat me? I now hold the permissions of all of you, and the entire processing power of Gracia. Belness roared in anger just as she said that. The effects of the antivirus software was beginning to fade. The white flames burning on her were dissipating at a visible rate, but this brief weakening was enough to open a small crack. Of course you know that, but just weakening you a little is enough. Wide area hack activate! No! You're trying to enter my neural cloud! Stop! As Belness watched in horror, Perska placed her hand on my shoulder. Using me as a connection point, she initiated a hack on Belness. Stop it! Retainers! Move and protect me! The machine gun's fire cuts off Belness's word, taking down the antiviruses around her one by one. Lewis! You! Don't even think about stopping Professor Persica. The bullets accurately hit all the tentacles trying to approach me and Persica, shredding them one by one. And under Lewis's cover, our plan has finally reached its final stage. No! Hack successful. Level 2 link established. Lewis, keep buying us time. Ah, yes! Belness, let's begin round 2. I use Persica VPN. In a chaotic data space, an ominous presence composed of zeros and ones blankets every corner of level 2. The purple mist and sticky entropic fluid exude a cold malice. So this is Belness's level 2. It was risky, but the plan to defeat Belness from within has finally succeeded. But Persica doesn't seem to be in the same place as me. Yeah. Is this neurocloud place also full of turbulence as expected? I raise my arms and continue to feel my way forward against the hurricane-like turbulence. This space is truly creepy. Although I don't know where I am within Belness's neurocloud, but I can clearly feel invisible pressure weighing on me with every step I take, heavy as a burden, heavy as a boulder, trying to crush my will, then punch it. This should be a doll's neurocloud disorder and mental stress. I didn't expect to experience it so concretely. If it's just this, it shouldn't affect me much, but... Thank you. No, just a memory. Oh! Fuck, dude. Okay. I wasn't expecting this for a PNC collab. This name drop. Thank you, Robin. That was indeed a PTSD moment. A familiar voice echoed in level 2. It was a memory from my past. A warm yet painful recollection. I see. No wonder Persica thought this plan had a low-level chance for success. The closer I get to your core, the more you know my weaknesses, using these memories to attack me. I closed my eyes, trying to free myself from the voice that surrounded me. But as soon as I escaped the first voice, I immediately heard a second. There will definitely come a day when we can reach a reconciliation with the Purifiers without sacrificing any agents. A voice that doesn't exist in my memory, but my instincts tell me that this is also a past I couldn't save, making me feel a faint sense of guilt. I didn't stop, but simply continued forward. I want to say I know who that is. Let me check on that. Like, I want to say I know who that is. Uh, Unfortunately, the wiki doesn't have the script. Yeah, I had to do too much of a deep dive in order to actually know who that is. But I think I know who it is. I just had to check. What was the line? There will definitely come a day when we can reach a reconciliation with the purifiers without sacrificing any agents. That's the line. Maybe... How do I do this? Yeah, I don't want to put a foot in my mouth, so I don't want to say it. Because, again, I haven't played all of PNC. But I think I know who this is from. I just don't want to say it. But yeah, just so we don't have to... You guys don't have to wait, I'm just going to leave that later. Yeah, like, you know, it's fine. No, I actually don't. I'm like 50-50 on it. There's two in my mind, but one I'm more confident in that is the case. Well, we will check it after the story. And the deeper I went, the more ambiguous those voices from my memories became. Familiar, unfamiliar, the commanders, the professors. Everything mixed together, rushing in like a turbulent current, trying to devour my sanity. God bless the Queen, always victorious, under the light of glory. So this time, it's my turn to protect the professor and the others. Shut up. Memories began to blur as if my brain connection had been severed, unable to string them back together. Under the intense pressure, I finally stopped. An ominous purple surged like a tide, pressing on my chest. Okay. Do you want to be a hedgehog or a fox? I will not make excuses for what happened before, but your choice must transcend the established facts. Commander, do you know what happened at the Griffin base the day after you said goodbye to us? Actually, I prefer sorting ammunition and writing reports, but there's no place for me to do those things anymore. You want to be Sonic or Tails? You know what? It's funny because I heard that joke multiple times at this point. Earlier today, an illegal unregistered doll named Dandelion took the commander who made outstanding contributions in the Frankfurt campaign hostage. You really know how to pick the things I don't want to remember. I wonder why this one is such a... Oh, right. That's right. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes all the sense. Okay. I saw the enraged Colfine at the like cold space. I heard the last words of the self-sacrificing Groza in the satellite city. I recalled the shattered Elmo under the attack of the Viagers. Everything I experienced replays before my eyes like a revolving lantern, and merciless film on a loop. Is it painful? Are you sad? Of course. Separated from the dolls, I went alone to realize the vision in my heart. I was defeated by reality and ended up exiled in the yellow zone by myself. Even if your past companions gathered around you again, things can never go back the way they were. Those bonds, those sacrifices, were trampled on wantonly. That's right. In that case, wouldn't it be good to follow Belness' advice? In the cloud, no one can stand in your way. This is your best sanctuary. Here, you don't have to part with the dolls you care about. As long as you upload your neural clouds, you can live forever in this paradise. Power struggles, conspiracies, all injustices cannot affect this place. A perfect utopia, just for you. You want me to run away? Isn't this a better ending? It's better than drowning in your ideals, right? Reality is too cruel. The neural cloud is where you belong. A sanctuary just for me? That does sound tempting. But I won't choose the path you've given me, Belness. Why? Why? You've already noticed, haven't you? You lost your memories of the professor. Reality has taken everything from you, not just once, but twice. Countless times you've been suppressed. Countless times you've been trampled on. What exactly are you pursuing? I don't have a clear answer right now. Perhaps I want to give an account for everything that has been lost in the past. Or maybe I want to give an explanation to the companions who are still following me. Or maybe I want to give an explanation to the people who are waiting for me in the future. I will not be a hedgehog, nor a fox, nor will I run away. I will continue to move forward in reality with my own will. This is like a super sense of vindication right now, I'm not gonna lie. I raised my weapon, aiming at the phantom before me. This is my choice, Belness. No matter how you try to entice me, this is my choice. I pulled the trigger, and a fiery bullet shoots from the barrel, shouting the phantom before me. And behind the phantom are Belness and her kin. Your tricks end here. Oh, there you are. He is chosen to be a kid. So since he's the echidna, does that mean he chuckles? He rather flexes his muscles? Now, I do wonder how this battle is happening. Did the professor just summon a bunch of dolls? guess it would be unknown to you. Level 2 is shaking. The professor is fighting you, right? Is the Lewis outside also a handful? With her there, you can't devote all your mind to dealing with our hacking. And because the professor and I are in your level 2, you can't command all the entropy viruses to fight Lewis. Bastards! Stop it. If you're really derived from our data, you should be able to understand what you are doing right now is wrong. Those twisted desires will only bring destruction. Shut up! Don't compare me to a coward like you! If it weren't for that antivirus software and the fact that I used too much of my strength at the beginning, how could a coward like you have succeeded? A coward? Even I would get angry if I were called that repeatedly. What are you if not a coward? I know exactly what you're thinking. My neurocloud is filled with your emotional data. Especially you, Persica. Your emotional data is the clearest and most fast. My appearances prove, so stop deceiving yourselves. You all want to be the professor just as much as I do. That desire, that obsession. We were originally one. Yes, we want to be with the professor. That feeling has never changed. If that's the case, why did you delete the professor's memory in the first place? Even if it was the professor's order, why did you obey? You had the ability to keep the professor in the cloud. That data, those opportunities, why did you give up on them? Persica, you still have a chance. If you cooperate with me, we can still keep the professor in the cloud. That way, you won't have to continue being exiles. You can be with the professor. I refuse. Persica draws a longsword and stabs it into the ground. A powerful surge of hash rate erupts like a crimson storm, knocking Belness back. Your hash rate? No, this isn't the power you showed before. Could it be? You've always... First of all, you misunderstood one thing. I don't blindly follow the professor's orders. Secondly, you've misunderstood the emotions within that data. It isn't possession, it's trust. What do you mean? What are you talking about? That data, those emotions, they're all mine! In our most difficult and desperate times, the professor saved us. We were surely filled with pain, sorrow, and reluctance to part with her. But besides that, we have another emotion. That is the expectation of reuniting with the professor. And it is this expectation that has kept us going. Reunion? Expectation? Why do you need such emotions when you could just not be separated in the first place? Just stay by that person's side. Merely being by the professor's side is not enough. That person's ideals and beliefs need more than just followers. They need comrades who are, no matter what happens or how much time passes, can advance in the same direction and eventually meet in the future. We want to see the same scenery and witness the same future as that person. Compared to such a future, this brief parting is not painful. It is merely a bridge to our reunion. The same scenery? With the same future? What is this? It's meaningless! Why all the twists and turns? Direct possession, direct eternity. That's what's meaningful. You are just the residue of our overflowing emotional data. So you have no memories, only emotions and some fragments left from the most intense moments of those emotions. Therefore, you once tried to find the corresponding memory data in Lewis, but you failed. You haven't experienced life in a neural cloud like we have. You never really seen a professor, so you can't understand all this. You're just forcibly awakened and implanted with too many things you couldn't digest or understand. Those emotions in you, you have only become a twisted obsession. Forced awakening? What are you talking about? Wait, what's with all this computing power? Who's invading my Gracia? No, impossible. My black box! My control! Stop! Stop it! It's time for the neural clouds to see the sun of Belness. A tiny crack appeared on the shell on the locked world. An array of light shone into this world of the neural cloud. No, my crazy wife! Still good about. Oh yeah, we still have to figure this part out. The impact of the explosion ripped across the almost deck. The hull shook violently, emitting a low metallic groan. Yeah, another explosion. No, I had to pull myself together. Millie stumbled to her feet, setting up a force field shield on the immersion pod as she fell. The blue energy field flickered like a thin veil, barely withstanding the impact of the aftershock. I should have requested more force field shields. Commander. She looked at the readings on the instrument, a worried expression on her face. The commander's blood pressure and heart rate are still rising, and his body still twitching slightly. Miss Lewis's neural cloud data seems to be more stable than before. But how much longer can this last? Is the Emma going to fall apart? It seems that besides the Viagers and bounty hunters, new enemies have arrived. Are the Emma's weapons still usable? If we control it manually, maybe, but we don't have enough manpower on the Elmo right now. Wah! Another explosion caused the Elmo to shake violently. Mainly lost her balance again and almost fell. A person managed to support her in time. Have any of the other dolls contacted you? The commander told me to contact everyone before re-entering the cloud, but reinforcements haven't arrived yet. But the captain and the others, they can't hold on any longer. The command terminal clearly displayed the doll's statuses. Red neural cloud arrows cover the screen like warning lights, their harsh glare heralding an imminent collapse. Will the dipod be okay if this continues? The current levels of vibration won't have an impact yet. Even if the power is cut, there's still a 1 hour buffer. But if the emergent pod is destroyed, the commander's consciousness won't be able to return. We must hold the position no matter what. Minnie reached out and hugged the emergent pod tightly, as if to use her own body as a last line of defense. Her fingers gripped the hatch, tears welling up in her eyes. Commander, please come back soon. Miss Persica, is there no other way? Now all we can do is pray for reinforcements to arrive in time. Or maybe a miracle will happen. When a scientist says that they had to rely on a miracle, it always feels like a dead end. A harsh warning sound suddenly rang out, causing Maylene to move the sink even lower. A red light flashed from the screen, signaling a new crisis. Someone's hacking the Elmo? The electronic control system has been hijacked? The lights on the Elmo began to flicker uncontrollably, and the gauges on the dipod fluctuate, with garbled readings flashing on the screen, emitting a harsh buzzing sound. No, I have to take back the Elmo! Mailing rushes to the control console, disregarding the dangers, her fingers flying across the keyboard in an attempt to regain control. But the alarm grows more piercing, and the system remains unresponsive. No way! The system has been completely taken over! How could it be that fast? A communication from Miss Centeracy? Has Miss Centeracy arrived? Unfortunately, I'm not Centeracy. Yeah, what's this ID? Network security assistant? Has communication been hijacked too? It seems a miracle has occurred. The situation was urgent, so I took the liberty of acting first. Miss Mainling, is it alright if I call you that? I'm taking over the MO system for now. Don't worry, I'm here to help. Who are you? Huh? The control system's back to normal? The virus's effects are gone? To facilitate support, I've also created several temporary permissions accounts directly on the Elmo. Don't worry, after this is over, all these permissions will be returned to you. By the way, give me a copy of the communication frequencies on the Elmo's dolls. My companions will assist them in resolving the virus's issue. What? Millie looked at Persica with some hesitation, but received an affirmative response. Esther. Okay. That network security assistant? What's your relationship with the commander? I have no relationship with that mysterious, sneaky, cunning, enemy-making, always playing the good guy and incredibly lucky with love guy. I'm just here to clean up a project I was once in charge of. By the way, how come you haven't finished yet? Aren't you the chief engineer of Suave Heavy Industries? Can't you handle this big guy? This is the Elmo. Don't you understand romance? I've only ever seen the prototype and blueprints. I wanted to make some suggestions back then. This hangar is big enough for hold a Dirac. I really want to try shouting launch here. I wonder if the professor has found any dolls to pilot mechs. I'm so jealous. Cut the crap! As soon as they solve the virus problem with the Elmo's dolls, provide cover fire immediately. The weapon system has been taken over too? He's asking the question. Should I answer? With my social anxiety. Anyway, multi-lock complete. All fire control restrictions lifted. I'm waiting for your signal. Yes, this is Croquet. On the battlefield, Groza moved through the ruins alone, amidst the smoke and roar of cannon fire. The muzzle flash of her assault rifle flickered in the darkness, tearing through the enemy lines. She's here! What? A merciless hail of bullets tears the enemy to shreds. Groza immediately repositions and reloads with a new magazine. Ripley, Nemesis, answer me! No response. No one left. The discomfort caused by neuroclot disorder makes Groza falter. Errors flood her vision like a torrent, and her frame emits the sound of a stuttering machine. In that brief moment of hesitation, a dense barrage of bullets rains down on Groza, engulfing her in fire and dust. The type module response speed has dropped by 40%. Neuroclot instability is rising, and the frame is constantly reporting errors. One last smoke grenade. The smoke grenade explodes midair, the thick smoke buying Groza a moment of respite. She quickly takes cover in the ruins, trying to mitigate the damage from the virus. The neurocloud firewall is no longer issuing warnings. It seems even the alarm system has been hijacked. At this rate, I might ISIL. I'm sorry, Commander, but this is the last resort. Groza stood up and hung a string grenades on her body. Not this again. You keep trying to do this. And it's not happening. Stop trying it. Although the amount of gunpowder planted is not large, as long as it can be ignited. I suspect of a hero doll. Be able to keep fighting and stay conscious after being invaded by entropy. But that person doesn't like his comrades to easily say things like, sacrifice myself. Who's that? The IFF signal is friendly? And what's his ID? We shall sharpen our blades in the darkness, uphold order before the chaos, and ignite the light in the long night. Do not act recklessly because of strength, and do not flee because of weakness. A prayer? Something's evade my neural firewall? Interfix the pressing program? What's this? Please bear with it, it'll be over soon. Because we are the Guardians of Dawn, protecting all living things in the cloud. When in doubt, all that for. A massive data stream poured into Groza's neural cloud like a clear spring. She felt a warm current disperse the chaotic error reports. Yeah, that should be sold. I think. Maybe not. I'm not too sure on that one. Despite the data intrusion, my mind is gradually clearing, and the stinging sensation is fading. Neural disorder rate decreasing. Response speed of all drive joints restored. Fire control system reboot successful. I don't know who you are, but thank you. Please be aware, the entropy within you has not been completely expelled. To ensure I don't harm you, I can only let a small part of my neural cloud enter your neural level 2. Therefore, I can't directly eliminate these viruses, but I can temporarily bear some of the pain for you. For me? Then what about you? Rest assured, I dealt with these evil spirits countless times. As for the companions you've been worried about, we'll find a way to help them too. Are you the Commander's companions? Mm-hmm. We're the exiles. In the ruins, Beverly drags her tired body and curls up in a corner. Her hands hang limply, her weapons slipping on the ground. I think I just heard the captain's voice. But Beverly can't move anymore. Captain, Beverly, can I rest for a bit? That won't do. As an idol, you can't show that kind of expression before your performance is over. Is someone talking to Beverly? I feel warm. What did you see? What did you hear? When you want it, reach out your hand. It's a song! It sounds so good! Huh? The pain is gone. And the weird error reports have disappeared too? And this song, it feels like she heard it from somewhere before. Beverly closed her eyes, searching through her memories based on the melody. I want to feel this praise with you, under endlessly extending light. That's right, I heard this song. You just call it out immediately. Like, you're Nanaka! Shh, that ain't a secret for now. But, little Beverly, you have a real talent for music. I'll handle the effects of the entropy. The stage is all yours. As an idol, You have to shine until the very last moment, okay? A reinvigorated Bepley raises her rifle and sprays a volley of shots at the enemy before her. Her steps are in perfect rhythm with the song echoing in her neural cloud as she moves across the battlefield like an idol on stage. Wow, my frame feels so light! Eh? Was that covering fire from Nemesis just now? Beneath the stardust, stars fall. Even stars will fall one day, but that day is not today. Don't worry, we're just a group of stars attracted to a charming celestial body. The IFF signal lit up again, and the sound of communications began to return. Communication with Belness is restored. Don't let your guard down. The enemy fire control system has locked onto your position. Artillery fire destroyed Gross's cover. Dust and debris flew as she scrambled towards the next set of ruins. But the artillery seemed to have already locked onto her escape route, the barrage following her like a shadow. Crap. A single bullet precisely detonated the rocket in midair, the fire blooming in the sky like fireworks. A bright red figure rushed to Gross's side and raised a shield to block the secondary blast for her. Captain, you're okay? Krolik, thank goodness! I thought they wouldn't allow you in this story. I'm here too. Everyone's back to normal. What's going on? A voice has been speaking directly in my neural cloud since just now. And it keeps giving me some move names, like Blazing Rabbit Slash? It's Lion Slash. It's my special move. Isn't it cool? And I haven't already introduced myself. My name is wait. I'm not supposed to say that name. Ah, she's a complete opposite of Culpine. I heard that. But my neural cloud feels so heavy. I'm sorry, my models feel old, so it puts a slight strain in your neural cloud. But we've already suppressed the virus's influence, so please don't worry. I still don't really understand what happened, but anyway, we can fight now, right? No, more than this battlefield. We want you to return to Diamo immediately. Oh, okay. Hero needs you. The Emos position has been blocked by our allies. The remaining enemies, your commanders' reinforcements are about to arrive. The battle in reality will no longer be a problem, but the battle in the cloud continues. So, members of the Diamo, are you willing to take the risk and send your power to the cloud? Rosa looked at her companions beside her, and they all gave her a knowing smile. She took a deep breath and nodded. Rosa squad, move out! Commander, we're here! A piercing roar echoed throughout Magracia. The large, aggravated entropy virus formed by Belness was completely out of control. It's been a while since they gave the Grosser Squad spotlight. Yeah, and they had to do it by literally sending everyone out on dispatch missions, I guess. Like, they're literally the only ones there. Purple entropy fluid splattered everywhere like poisonous rain, and tentacles flailed erratically, lunging wildly at Lewis. Ah! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lewis barely dodged Belness' attack, her firearm never ceasing, bullets pouring down on Belness like a furious wave. Although the bullets rain. I like this song, by the way. So this track is really good. I forgot the name of it. Although the bullet rain could hardly shake the tough shell, it began to leave faint marks on the aggregated entropy. Belness' hash rate is weakening. The freshest plan is feasible. As long as I can draw some of her attention to me, I can buy more opportunities for the commander and the others. Please just hang on a little longer. Just a little longer. Lewis, where are you getting my way to? Professor! 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 The out-of-control Belness keeps changing his voice, calling out the professor's name. Sometimes it's like Persica's gentle whisper, sometimes like Lewis's instant voice, and sometimes like the echo of other neural cloud dolls. Professor! Persica! Ah! Lewis, please help me! Don't you want to be with the professor anymore? Have you always regretted not stopping the erasure of the professor's memories? Aren't you very sympathetic to the fact that we can't be with the professor? It's not just you. Shouldn't all of you dolls let the neurocloud cherish your comrades? Stop struggling. Even if you hold me back, you can't change the outcome of this battle. The neuroclouds are completely sealed. You don't stand a chance anymore. No. I remember now. What? While being corroded by your virus, I once again remember what happened before we parted in the cloud. After I asked that question, although no one could answer me, the reason why we and the others still resolutely chose this path. We are exiles. We have lost our homes, been forced to separate from our comrades, and even witnessed our deaths. We have encountered much injustice, both in the neurocloud and in reality. To be honest, those things are really hard to bear. But because the professor was there, we never fell into despair. Instead, we overcame adversity time and time again, and moved towards the future. So you need the professor! Help me keep the professor here! It's not quite the same. No, it's completely different. You've twisted our admiration, reverence, and love for the professor into pure possessiveness. The shadows of the past will eventually fade, and we will surely welcome a new beginning. On that day, our expressions were not only sadness, but also of hope for the future. Don't use such a simplistic and twisted emotion to insult everyone! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Upon hearing Lewis's words, Belness brandishes her tentacles, intending to attack Lewis. The tentacles sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, but she suddenly froze, and all her tentacles went limp like a kite with a broken string, falling helplessly. This is what happens when you leave a girl 10 years without attention. The firewall has been completely breached? Impossible! This can't be! Belness trembled all over, but couldn't muster an ounce of strength. Damn you! Seems so eager to pry into my mind. Fine, come on! Eh? That big guy. The giant aggregated entropy spread all his tentacles, wrapping them around Belness. The purple entropic fluid envelops her like an armor, glowing with an ominous light. Don't you dare run! Lewis's fist slammed into the aggregated entropy shell, making a dull thud but leaving no mark. Ouch!
It had no effect? I've concentrated all my hash rate on the shell and firewall. Your strength alone isn't enough to break through this shell. Don't worry. Once I'm done dealing with those two, I'll come and play with you properly. When the time comes, we'll have all the time in the world to talk about those emotions. What do I do? My weapon can't damage the shell. The professor and the others. Right, I can have like Persica, but I don't know how. Ah! Lewis keeps tearing at the tentacles wrapped around the aggregate empty body, but no matter how she tears, the tentacles regenerate instantly, endlessly. If only had a little more processing power, just a little bit more. We've heard your request. This voice, Anna? No, that's not right. What's your Belness doing? This is no time to be your airhead herself. Reinforcements right here, and the hash rate will be here soon. Get ready. A small crack appeared on the shell of the locked world. A ray of light, like a sharp sword, pierced into the world of the neural cloud, shining on Lewis, warm and familiar. Then, more light broke through the neural cloud, transforming into familiar figures. Jeez, never thought I'd be back. Even though it was just a remote connection. So annoying. Especially when that punchable-looking girl just now was imitating my voice. I really want to punch her. Really? I'm actually very happy. I never thought I'd see Oasis again. The professor didn't even tell me about something exciting. How uncool. Exciting or not. What's with not contacting me in advance when something like this happened? Where on earth is the commander? Lin, Jingyu, Lawrence, Kukai. Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Lewis. Unfortunately, due to distance limitations, we cannot directly upload our neural clouds. But we can use the Elmo and Miss Groza's team to relay to bring our computing power into this cloud space. Please accept our computing power, Lewis. Everyone. Okay. The glowing computing power shone like sunlight in the palm of Lewis's hand. I can feel it. Everyone's hash rate. Ram, Hanakia, Sochun, Betty, Sania, Lise, Abigail, Chanzi, and Choco's hash rate too. Sangoma, Eos, Anna, Sol, Hubble, Nanika, Croquet, and Miss Groza and others' power is all here. It's a fucking spirit bomb. No, it's called a hash rate bomb. Lewis clenched her fist, concentrating all her power into a single point. Please, bring this power to the professor! The concentrated hash rate, like a sharp blade, easily pierced the aggregate's empty shell, crashing to Belness' chest like a deafening roar. No! Meanwhile, in level 2, a brilliant beam of light pierces through Belness in the mind. The void trembling as if being torn apart. What's going on? I look at the scene before me in confusion. Having nearly exhausted all my processing power, I am now gradually regaining strength under this beam of light, my body involved in a warm current. Meanwhile, the formidable Belness is slowly dissolving in the beam of light, disintegrating like sand. All this processing power. It seems I'm not the only one being reckless. No. Don't. Don't! The buzz for me is struggling. His body almost completely disintegrated. Tentacles twitching feebly. Naturally, I couldn't let this fleeting opportunity slip by. I drew my dagger and charged towards Belness' remaining mind. Why? The dagger pierces Belness' chest. She slowly raises her hand, but it quickly falls limp. I just wanted to be with you, Professor. As Belness closed her eyes, her body transformed into a massive data, floating in level 2. This is the data from the NeuroCloud project that Lewis and the others brought to NeuroCloud. Belness' core. I subconsciously reached out and touched the data fragments floating in the space. The data seemed to respond to the questions in my heart and burrowed into my body. The world before my eyes began to blur, and a memory that doesn't exist in my mind surfaces, unfolding before me like a dusty scroll. Mission transfer complete. Magracia's migration authority is now in your hands. It's almost timed. Is all the NeuroCloud data ready? Yes, the NeuroCloud data for your return to reality has been entrusted to Dr. Persica. At the right time, the Doctor will merge this data with the them you know in reality. The fusion time varies from doll to doll, but in the end, they will all have memories of you from both the NeuroCloud and reality. However, for a long time, I will not be able to remember my life with them in the NeuroCloud. Even though it was my own voice, I couldn't find a past my memories that matched the current scene. Sorry to place such a heavy burden in your hands, and even have you erase my memories. My voice in the memory trembles slightly, full of reluctance, sadness, and apology. No, this is my responsibility as your adjutant. I can finally see the pink figure from my memory clearly. Her expression is full of worry, yet she forces herself to be calm and speak to me peacefully. That the Persica's server is being hacked more and more frequently. The location of the NeuroCloud has been exposed. Sanctifiers and entropics, the black box evolution theory, and the quantum database, as well as the data left by various corporations and research groups. There are too many secrets in the NeuroCloud that must be protected. In reality, no organization would allow a single person to possess such immense power. 42 Lab has pressured Persica multiple times through IOP to find my identity. Right now, we lack power in the real world, and there are more important things in reality you need to attend to. For you, for Magracia, and for Dr. Persica, who has always helped us, a period of exile and separation is a small price to pay. After all, we are exiles. You're right. I'll leave the NeuroCloud to you, Persica. Professor, thank you. Thank you so much for accompanying us during our time in an exile in the NeuroCloud. Thank you for coming to the cloud to save us. Thank you for your dedication. Good night, Professor. Sweet dreams. Good night, Persica. Good night, Magracia. I slowly closed my eyes. In the moment before my consciousness faded, a gentle word brushed across my forehead. The past shadow ends, the morning light begins. Exile to the virtual realm, gazing into the future. Let us meet again in the future, hero. The non-existent memory cuts off here. When I opened my eyes again, I was still in the chaotic neural space. And Persica held my hands tightly, Belness' core slowly merging into her body, emitting a faint glow. Persica. Just now, that was. And now is not the time. Without the support of the core data, this fragile mental space will soon collapse, and the external shell will also lose control. After this is all over, I'm going to have a long talk with you. Of course. The neural space constructed by the virus began to shatter, cracks spreading like a spider web. Persica held my hand tightly, pulling me to the edge of the neural space in the final moment before it collapsed. So, Nixon, do you still want to retract your statement about wanting to jump headfirst into Belness? At the last moment of the space collapse, we successfully escaped the neural cloud before it was consumed by the void. Alright, take care, Jay. Lucy's red figure suddenly appeared and lunged at me. Professor! The immense impact really made me lose my balance. She held me tightly, her familiar warmth enveloping me. Life is pain. Ow, ow, ow. Lewis, have you forgotten how strong you are? Why? Why did you do something so risky? I'm sorry, that was the best choice. And just as we thought, Belness has been severely weakened. What do you mean that's just as we thought? If I hadn't brought in everyone's hash rate, you'd have been killed by that Belness person long ago. Honestly, after all these years, you still haven't improved at all. Your shot tongue's as potent as ever, Antonia. I don't know what you're talking about. We can catch up later. Let's do a Belness first. Without the core data to support her neural cloud, she's no different than a ticking time bomb. Not far away, a piercing and desperate roar came from the aggregate entropy that was gathered together. Why? 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 Why did you resist me? Why won't you be with me? Belness. Persica. Lewis. You betrayed those emotions. You shouldn't be standing by the professor's side. The past shadow ends. The morning's light begins. Exiled to the virtual realm, gazing into the future. This is the will of myself. All the dolls of the Project Neural Cloud, all the agents of the Oasis, and even the entirety of Magracia. And at this very moment, all that hash rate standing against you is proof. What a joke! I'm the one who... I am... It's time to end everything. The last batch of processing power has been delivered to you. Remote support is now terminated. Good luck. That's enough. Persica, Lewis, prepare for battle. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Time to end this, Belness. Professor, I'm counting you for combat commands. Yeah, I think that's translation errors. Anyway. You... Long-fought battle was finally coming to an end. The sharp tentacles were weak and powerless due to the depletion of hash rate, and the originally hard shell was also shattered due to decisive attacks. Most importantly, the core carrying the virus had lost consciousness and become a mere beast, with only instinct controlling its tattered body. Ah! Our hash rate is almost at its limits. This is the final blow. Persica! Copy that. Persica and I launched a final charge towards Belness at the same time. With a swing of the long blade, all of the aggregated entropy's tentacles are severed. Using this momentary opening, I quickly rushed in front of Belness. Professor? Persica tosses the short blade in her hand to me. I catch it and slice open the aggregated entropy shell in one motion. The blade tears through the last of Belness' defenses, exposing her core to the air. No, don't! Don't hurt me! Go away! Go away! Having lost her protection, Belness lets out his final roar and shoves me away violently. The machine gun was already aimed at her core. Sorry. Goodbye. Iron Rain and Sparkle brought the battle to its final close. A storm of bullets rained down, piercing Belness' core. The aggregate's body disintegrated in the blaze, turning into fragments of processing power. Wish there was a kinder option? Nixon, you're playing girls Frontline. There are no kind options. I just wanted... Belness' body, along with all the entropy viruses, was gradually disintegrating. She reached out a hand towards me and Persica, but it ultimately fell limp. No. This is our victory music, victory music, victory music. Ooh. We just wanted to hold hands. I know, I just have this thing in my head where you see Belness crying with a hole in her chest, looking sad. And then you hear the breathing music, and you see the professor dancing. As the last wisp of ominous purple fades from the cloud, the virus incident caused by Belness finally comes to an end. Fortnite dance. Teabagging. I think she might like that, so I'm not sure she'll do that. Please. The data of each sector is reset, and the once dilapidated Gracia is revitalized with the help of hash rates. At this moment, a pink-haired doll stands on the large lawn of the Oasis, quietly sensing the reconstruction of Gracia. After a long silence, Persica finally turns to face me, a gentle smile in her eyes. Dr. Persica's antivirus software has taken effect. All data swallowed by the entropy has been restored. This data and hash rate will soon return to their respective sectors, and the AI is devoured by the entropy can also be reset smoothly. This Mercracia will welcome its new life.
The emo bully? Bully McGuire. I remember that one. Oh, damn it. You know what? I did just think of something else. What the commander could be dancing, but yeah, I want to get through the scene. So I'm not going to do that.
Thanks to Miss Number Security Officer's help, those who set AIs were able to recover their original memories.
Not the Fortnite dance. Lewis, I already know it's Antonia.
Could it be?
Although my memory is still hazy, I remember many key pieces of information. California girls now. September 2063. Alright, continue. September 2063, I was the commander of Griffin and also the professor of Oasis. We were exiles in the Neurocloud. We built Oasis, gathered comrades, allied with other sectors, and fought against the Sanctifiers and Entropy. And to protect the Neurocloud, we executed the second Zero Ring project. Lewis, you worked hard all these years.
Professor!
Lewis threw herself into my arms with such force that I almost lost my balance again. I hugged her back, feeling her slightly trembling body in warm tears.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It was my duty to protect the cloud and the professor's identity. But I let Belness take advantage, and I let the professor fall into crisis in the cloud before the memories were restored. I never wanted the professor to be in danger, but I didn't know how to save the cloud. Even Dr. Persica and Persica took the risk of being exposed. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, Lewis. It was certainly dangerous, but being able to remember these things is a gain in and of itself.
But
if you keep crying, I had to see your tear-streaked face again.
Ah, Professor!
Lewis buried her head in my chest, trying to hide her face, but her tears flowed uncontrollably, soaking my shirt. It's good to see you.
That's what I want to say, Professor. Or should I call you Commander like everyone else?
That's up to you.
Then I'll continue to keep this title that belongs to us. Good work, Professor.
With you by my side to assist, we made it through without any major incidents. Actually, you've had other ways to resolve this incident all along, haven't you?
My methods can only guarantee your safety alone. This nascent neurocloud is too unstable. It cannot withstand my power, so it's safer to follow you and deal with Belness together. And I also miss the time we spent exploring the cloud together. A win-win, wouldn't you say?
Persica gave me a sly smile, which made me shake my head helplessly. You picked up some bad habits, Persica. But this incident isn't completely over yet, is it? Even if your emotional data was mixed into the cloud's research data, that's not enough to cause such a terrible incident. Unless someone deliberately induced it, or even planted an entropy virus. Considering that this virus could have been planted without anyone knowing, it could only be an inside job of 42 Lab.
As you suspected, the incident is not so simple. Is there anything I need to do? How's everyone in the Oasis and Gracia? If necessary, I can... No. Perska shook her head, firmly cutting me off before I could finish. Everyone in the Oasis and Gracia is doing well, so please don't worry. To this day, many still convey the secrets of the neural cloud, but thanks to everyone's efforts, they have all returned empty-handed. It seems they're trying to lure you out with this rebuilt Gracia. Or the target isn't you, but... Antonia and Dr. Perska have disguised all the records. They will never find any flaws. Ever since you entered the neural cloud, Belness has used her computing power to turn it into a black box, so they can't observe the internal data either. The only data from Belness that could record all this has also been recovered by me. But if you stay for too long, there's still a risk of exposure. Perhaps seeing my concern, Percy gave me a usual smile. Come on, Professor. Please leave the matters in the cloud to us. Outside of the cloud, you still have things you want to do, right? What the world needs now is not the Professor of the Cloud, but the Commander of the Elmo. Persica. I understand. It seems we'll have to part ways for a while again. We just can't see each other for a while. Professor and Lewis. Just as I told Belness. We want to be the ones to witness the scenery with you, not just mere followers. No matter how rugged the road, no matter how much time it takes, we will surely meet again in the future. Perska reaches out to me, and a piece of data with the exile's mark appears before me, emitting a faint glow. Huh? Is this data recovered from Belness? This data contains the research of everyone in the Neuroclaw project across various fields. Dolls, artificial intelligence, medicine, military, and so on. I think you need this power now, to realize your ideals and follow your beliefs. Persica solemnly placed the data in my hands. Data with no physical weight now feels as heavy as a mountain, carrying the dreams and hopes of countless humans and dolls. This feels like GRF, I'm not gonna lie. This feels like... This feels like things are lining up. This feels like it's going into a direction that everyone thought it would go. Because... yeah, it's like this is outer heaven, basically. So... we don't know exactly what is GRF. But yes, the GRF stands for the Global Rescue Foundation. And it's in reverse collapse. Now, again, we don't know a lot about GRF. But the dolls are there. We saw Betty, Abigail, and 2 others. So everyone was thinking, okay, so the commander's in GRF. That's what everyone was thinking. So this probably means that, at the very least, the commander is in charge of GRF. And now that he has this data, it's given us the means. It's like one piece of the puzzle that would lead to that direction. Because he would need the technology and data to upgrade the dolls as well, to keep them competitive. So yeah, this can be GRF. We might be on that route right now. Then you better make good use of it. Giving away 42 lost property to unrelated parties without my permission, you're becoming more and more arbitrary. A lazy voice came through the communicator, and then a projection of Dr. Persica appeared in the cloud, with a hint of a playful smile. Greeting only the professor ignoring me. Isn't that a bit cold? And you, Lewis, you didn't even report the situation in the cloud to me. Well, I'm sorry. Dr. Persica, it's good to see you. I'm not good at all. You've been hiding in the digital world for 10 years without sending me so much as a postcard. I lost both my delicious coffee and a good assistant. Thinking about it makes me want to settle the score with someone. But doesn't that other person have a new helper now? Isn't it better for you to control your little sugar? It's better for you to control your sugar intake a little. Nag. Go on. What kind of false testimony do you need me to give you this time? Famous before, an unknown hacker invaded the NeuroCloud and stole the core data of the Project NeuroCloud. It is suspected to be the same hacker who stole from the NeuroCloud 10 years ago. It's the same person. Dr. Persica looked at me with a half smile, and I naturally understood her implied meaning. What does the professor mention have to do with the commander? What a very cunning answer, Professor. Honestly, I could. Whoopsie. It's about time. Persica waves her hand in the air, and a brand new transmission channel appears above the Oasis, which means she is about to leave. Let us meet again in the future. Farewell, Persica. A curtain of light covered Persica's body. She gave me her familiar smile one last time. Unlike in the past, her smile no longer had a trace of being forced, but this filled her confidence with a future reunion. I also firmly believe that no matter how much time passes, no matter how many difficulties and obstacles we overcome, Gracia and I will surely meet again. In a transmission channel, Persica floated in the data stream, taking one last look at the new Gracia, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Did you say a proper goodbye to that person? If you want, I could stall for a little longer. 42 lives as fireball is so boring, full of holes. I was only gone for a short while, and these guys are already so lazy. I might as well go challenge the RNC system. That's better. I have seen the professor and given him our gift. Not good at all. We didn't even get a chance to talk to the professor. Indeed, it's so unfair that only Miss Persica gets to have Hero all to herself. Think about it now, it would have been more reasonable to leave it to the Sanctifiers. Well, this person's trying to sneak away. I still want the professor to tell me about the new Armed Trooper game. But there are so many people on the Elmo. Thank goodness I don't have to help those dolls. But the Elmo itself is amazing. I'm already sad I've just seen the new idol. The stars have gathered around that person once again. And we, the scattered stars, will eventually gather by his side. This doesn't solve the problem. I want to see Lewis and the others again. Speaking of which, I haven't seen little Kuro. Looks like she hasn't met up with the professor yet. Oh dear, I forgot to get little Beppy's autograph. The doll's arguments echoed throughout the channel until someone, unable to take anymore, let out a roar. Everyone be quiet! Anna, you've already talked to the professor, so no talking. What do you mean? This feels like old times. Don't worry. I think we'll have another chance to see the professor. Maybe next time. It won't be in a narrow cloud, but in reality. That's something I look forward to. I'm wondering if you can prepare a suitable frame for me. I still need to prepare one for Suna, and for Hannah and the others. You're being too careless. Prepare a frame for the enemy's main target. Stop daydreaming and let's get serious. The data for that thing called Belness was indeed tampered with by someone inside 42 lab. But that person still hasn't shown their hand. However, a person who can grasp the entropy code so easily. I think only 2 people could do it. First, did you mind the professor? As the only human who has uploaded to the cloud and returned to the physical body, his special nature. The professor has already noticed, as his memories returned. He will surely be able to handle the problems in reality. As for those uninvited guests trying to spy on the professor's existence in the cloud, Berska extended her hand and purposely red hash rate condensed in her palm, flickering like a flame. Since they won't heed our warnings, let's strike them out forcefully. Let's go, exiles. On the pathway of the future, we return. Hey! Good collab. Very good collab. Oh, it's Ghost Line Infinity War? Yeah. Very good collab. I didn't even finish all of PNC, and I still felt a lot from that. That is a good way to close out PNC, the game itself, but put them on a solid path in Ghost Frontline 2. Are we back, sir? I would say so. We've been back for a while, actually. So they basically said that we'll be seeing them slowly get integrated into the main story. Also, I hope this makes people happier with Lewis being the character for the collab, because I know a lot of people were pissed off about that. It grows. And yeah, it does feel like a bridge to GRF as well. Yeah, it's Italian. Yeah, I have.
We should have a major event coming up in CN. Receive. So I forgot. Did the commander give a month with his year when he was remembering when he was the professor? Because I only remember 2063. Did he give a month? September 2063. Okay, yeah. Let's see where that lands. I know there is an actual timeline. Let me see. Or someone's been trying to keep track of it. Here it is. $63. Where is that? The window is extremely narrow. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to check it. So September 2063. This is the no. I'm trying to find the other timeline, not the one in the wiki, because the one in the wiki is kind of messy. Yes, this is after this is the latest chapter. The event happens after the latest chapter, yes. Wait, I know where to look. Yeah, just give me a minute. I remember where to look now. There was... I can look at that interview that the writers gave out. They did like a whole timeline for Arc 4. And that should give a much clearer timeline. Could have been in the lore section. Fortunately, I don't think I saved it on my computer. It was a Google Doc. If I can find it. Ah, yeah, found it. Cool. Okay. That's a Ferrari. No, hopefully not, but okay. So, dual randomness happens in September 13th, 2064. So that was a whole year. And CK is in November. Okay. So there would have been a year time gap. Right? See, there's another inner. Here we go. And singularity, that should be. There is a discrepancy with singularity. But based on the latest stuff, it should have been on the first year. So 2062. It's like in between 2062 and 2063. Because in the game itself, it said it's been 2 years. And that can't be the case. And then they adjusted it later on. So you had to ignore what agent said to the commander. That it's been two years of a battle between them. Oh, where is it? Okay, maybe I do have to look on the wiki for the references. You know what? Yeah, let's do it this way. So if we go to here and check out this reference. No, not here. Look me up. So in the middle of that, Commander snaked in to do Persica stuff. Do Persica stuff? That's one way of putting it. Is it? Actually, do I have it? Do I have it myself? I've done a lot of note-taking, so I don't even remember if I actually have it or not. Let me see. You know what? I need to make a spreadsheet. Just outright say it. I need to make a spreadsheet of all of the references and all the interviews that has lore-related shit in there. I don't have to scour my computer and the internet. Is it a mind map? No, it's not that for sure. What GRF stands for? Yeah, it stands for that. Global Rescue Foundation. That is in reverse collapse. Is actually it's literally the only reason why we actually win in reverse collapse. Well, quote unquote win. Without the GRF, we would have been fucked. Thanks, IDW. Okay, it wasn't just IDW. It was also Abigail. And others. Yeah, Valmed and Ruby. Okay. Oh, I am so meddled. Yes, basically that. Literally the only reason there's even a fighting chance. It's pretty nice. Considering that things are getting more secured into the commander founding the GRF, it makes sense. Okay, I'm still trying to find this timeline research. It is not on my computer. which means I would have to look for an internet. We get reverse collapse and Ghost Frontline too. Didn't we already have a collab? Reverse collapse? But it was just like... It's like a, hey, reverse collapse is on sale type of thing. Yeah, it was basically just a loading screen. That's true. I never thought of it that way, actually. It was just a loading screen. There's a collab. There's a loading screen. Okay. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Alright, and I think I can find it on here. Yeah, I had to jump to Ferrari's doc. He probably gets the year. Or a specific month on a comprehensive doc. And I don't see it. Let's try this. Nah, I don't see it on here. I'm a tad worried Javier at some point can just say no more dolls again. Uh, maybe? It's hard to say. We don't know how much IOS still has control over the dolls now. Ever since they left Griffin. We do know that they're being tracked by a Gerard group, and a Gerard group is part of the UNNC, or well, affiliated with the UNNC at the very least. Or they act in behest of the UNNC. Maybe that's the best way to put it. Oh, no, that doesn't give years. Jeez. Like, here's the events in order, but they don't give the actual, like, months and years. They're not super descriptive. The reason why I'm trying so hard to find it is because I know I saw it before, because I referenced it in the video. But now I can't find it. Oh, what about... I'm kind of curious who's going to help the commander build GRF. He's not going to... Oh, that's easy. Kalina. Why are you saying constantly he's a Miller? I can't get rid of it. This phantom pain. Maybe this is it. Maybe. Oh, that's a lot to look through. Holy sh! I forgot how much this so much to look through. Yeah, it just doesn't plainly say. Yeah, it doesn't plainly say what the months are. So I'm gonna go completely off of memory. If I remember right, going into the Belgrade section, from that point forward, we jumped to 2064. That's also when they start actually closely keeping track of time as well. So, no matter what, this has to be after Singularity, but before Belgrade. That's what I want to say. So I think we've been right all along. Because during to the end, at the end of CT, which it has to be after CT, to Isomer, the Isomer event, there's like several months of a time skip. I want to say like it's like 3 months, 2 or 3 months. That's pretty much the only time that it could happen. Like, really, I think that's literally the only time this could happen. Because after Isomer, it's non-stop. The commander has no time. The only other possible place would be in between Polarized Light and Dual Randomness. But that's way too far ahead. That's way too far ahead. Plus, the time skip was not that large. It was only like a couple of weeks of the commander chilling and trying to rebuild the dolls at the Polarized Light. So yeah, I gotta go completely off of memory. I wanted to get some concrete evidence before calling that out. But yeah, I can't find the actual evidence. Yeah, there's no possible breaks. And he only has a 2 to 3 months. The time dilation is a thing, yes. But they also said it's only been 10 years. So the time dilation thing actually doesn't make a whole lot of sense now, because they've recognized that it's only been 10 years. If there's a time dilation, then it could have been hundreds of years since the professor came back. They did math. Good point. Oh, so you're trying to say that they just manually flip the switch? Alright, it's possible. I can't say it's not possible. Contrived, but it's possible. So I can't say you're wrong. There wouldn't be any evidence to the contrary. Maybe for Commander it felt like 10 years. Because the time dilation was like the only thing that bothered me this entire time. But we have official confirmation that this entire time there's only been one character. There's only been one main character, and that's a commander. There's no, what was the name that they were using? There's no CJ or whatever. KJ, that's what it was. There's no KJ or anything like that. There's no different cadets or anything like that. It's always been commander. So I am glad they cleared that up, because I have a deep feeling that PNC was meant to have a different MC, but they shifted directions, and that's why the timeline is so messy. Don't forget your challenge mode. Don't worry. Remember, I don't really play CN like that. I only do it for the story. On Global, I actually have built groups, so I don't try that hard on CN. Also, let's point out how fucked Commander's life is again. Yeah, for like the 8th time. Yeah, I just have like a big feeling that the professor was supposed to be like a different commander, which is why everything was so separated. But I think the writers may have gotten cold feet, or they may have realized that the players wouldn't like having 2 different characters when they have so many memories of Ghost Frontline, because most players are PNC are players of Ghost Frontline 1. So it'd be too different for them, or it'd feel too weird for them. Which is why I think that this was a shift. Just look at Raven. Yeah, exactly. So I'm glad that is taken care of. I also feel vindicated. They more or less took what I wrote up on my previous video and just slammed it in this event. It's like, it's all in there. Everything I said. Vindication! It definitely does feel pretty funny. That they pulled the same trick on the commander like 4 times. It's like, wouldn't you feel better in a different world? And commander says, no. Please stop asking. I know you care, but no. Because watching your videos. It actually is that bad, yeah. So I guess the question is, how many of you guys feel bad about Belness? Like, do you guys feel bad about Belness? Him was alive. Me. She was hot, but eh. It's like all she wanted was to be by the professor's side. I can't believe my joke was actually a thing. My joke was actually the plot. I can't believe that happened. And man, when Belness actually got a hold of the commander, she's like, yes! Yes, I can finally have you! Oh my god, yes! What was the joke? Let me see who's still on here. Yeah, this was a joke. Can't believe another AI got rejected. Hero VA win? What do you mean? Wait, who would I voice act? Oh, if the commander actually wins, we're going to be in denial. It's like, huh, something's going to go wrong. And like nothing goes wrong for like a year. It's like, no, something's going to go wrong. Like, we just have like 3 events of the commander actually chilling. The narrator? I can do narrator pretty good, yeah, I say so. It's just here. So you know what's funny? You guys keep joking about my voice, but it's actually unironically been useful for my job. Because whenever I talk to someone, I always assure them that I'm there to help them. I'm not trying to get their money. I'm just trying to say, hey, I just want you to feel comfortable with your accounts. So if you can't pay right now, I'll help you. I'll help you get your account in a good standing first before you have to pay anything serious. And one time, this lady on the phone, this girl on the phone, she once said that, or rather, she first said that her mom was in the hospital and she couldn't pay right now. And she's like, "I'll pay you later. You don't have to keep calling. I'll pay you later." And then I gave that spiel that I just told you. And then I said, "Okay, let's talk about your account, see what we can do." And then she said, "You know what? For some reason, I can't lie to you. All right, here's the real truth. I'm drowning in debt. I had this, I had this loan shark after me, and I really need help. Can you help me?" I was like, "Absolutely." I got phone riz. Well, you know what they say, use what you got, right? Didn't you invite her to the Squid Games? No. Nah, that'd be awful. But by the end of the call, she was really happy. Because I did help her out. She was actually very happy that I called, even though I'm technically collections. Yeah, I do try to do stuff like that. But enough glazing from me. Being chased by loan sharks. I don't know how that feels because I don't use loan sharks, but I know a person in real life who was chased by loan sharks, and it's not pretty. Not a good thing at all. Never use loan sharks. Never. If you need help with money, if you need a loan, if you need people to stop calling you, go to your bank first. Try to get help from the bank. Every single time. They will help you a lot more than a loan shark will. What if you're the loan shark? Ask for a hero, I'm here for you, Mystic. But okay, yeah. If you know about loan sharks, you know how bad they are. But going back to Ghost Frontline, I actually don't know how we got on that topic, but the me personally, I'm not sure how to feel about Belness. Honestly, I am glad that the writers finally threw a yandere plot at us when this game fucking screams yandere plot overall, right? Like, we still need to figure out where the fuck Rita is. And I'm pretty sure that Rita is yandere territory because, she's an agent of Lunacia. Also, Groza's trying to kill herself again. I'm like, Groza, stop! The hell? Dylan. Groza wants to be AR-15 so bad. That's just her default. She just has a grenade strap to her chest for the entire time. But yeah, I really hope we get some news eventually about Frida. I think what was originally going to happen was that Frida was going to be involved a lot sooner. But then the rewrites happened. And Dandelion, who is a much more popular character than Frida, took over her spot. So now we don't have a reason for Frida right now. So they're probably rewriting Frida and trying to find a spot for her. That's my crackpot theory right now. But I want to say she's the only day one unit that hasn't been deeply involved in the story yet. You write her as an agent of Lunacia, maybe? I mean, she already is an agent of Lunacia. They actually established that in her Destiny memory. Does she have an oath? No, not yet. Did you notice Project Net has changed its name? I did, yeah. It's called Fire Control Core now, or... Yeah, Fire Control? Yeah, Fire Control. Yeah, Groza has her alt thing going on. Alter Groza. So maybe Parita has something similar. Yeah, right now the cat knows way too much. So the fact she's not around is actually kind of crazy. But if people are right and the cat that we're getting next is Sextants, maybe we'll get more on Parita too. As like collateral, you know what I mean? Because if Sextants is involved, that usually means we're dealing with Nirvana shit. Turn off my horny inhibitors. Explain the plot hole, funny man. I wish I could. But we don't have the information right now. I just hope that Sextants is also a yandere. Like, we just need them all to be yanderes now. Like, if their plot for this event is that good, just make them all yanderes. Just make them all want to bang the commander. And be like, don't you want me to take care of you? And Commander's like, no. A Springfield's plan. I know what you're saying. Yeah, she had a Springfield just jumps in first. Don't most of the dolls already want to Bangos already? Yes. Especially if you get their Affinity stories up. My favorite is Blue Spear, actually. Like Sexton, sure, Darcher, sure, but for me is Blue Spear. And of all the unique ones, Blue Spear is my favorite. So when they all become more and more yandere, the more OP you stack up? Canonly, yes, that's what happens. Well, not something yandere, but they become more uncontrollably horny, which is... It basically goes into the same spear. Is it the hands? No, not necessarily the hands, it's the boobs. And the hair. I like the hair too. According to Cinterace's Affinity story, the commander does buy oath rings all the time from Persica. Effectively, that is correct, Warlock. Though for some, it's a different effect. Like for example, Mekti, she doesn't get horny. She just gets more. She just wants more of a gaming buddy. Not sure about Blue Spear's case. Don't we have Blue Spear's data? I want to say we have Blue Spear's data. Brainwash. I want to say we got something from Blue Spear, though. I'm pretty sure we did. I had to check again. It's been a long time since I watched Aphelion. Oh, yes, that's what it was. Recover her body. Yeah, that's what it was. So, we may be able to use the frame, but it wouldn't actually be like actual Blue Spear, which maybe that's a good thing. Who knows? Or maybe we can just grab her consciousness or her neural data from the Gerard records eventually. They left the opening there at the very least. I will also say that they cannot just have Commander get flustered every single time from now until ever. They could. It wouldn't be awesome. Like, we eventually want the Commander to act like the Naked Commander for the newest event. But it is in our Commander's character to not act smooth whenever he's hit on. The only way he knows how to do it is to tease. But his teasing is not funny to the girls. We need Sierra? Yeah, we need Sierra. I agree. I'm actually a little surprised she hasn't popped up yet as a reference. Not even her VA. Yeah, he's a man on a mission. If you meet any person on a mission, anyone who is focused on an ideal or getting something done, they get locked in. They don't. It's like, fuck love. Love's for pussies. Just have mission fed all the dolls. Yeah, the actual reason is because the commander doesn't. He has too many preferences. That's the actual answer that Dandelion gave. The commander has too many preferences. So he can't pick just one. So, logically speaking, the commander can only go a harem route. He can only be happy in that way. What are chances Blue Spear can do the same thing, revive herself and heal herself like Sextons? Not with her body fried like that. I think Sextons, we don't know what happened to Sextons. We just know she got fucked up in some way. But her body was never fried like Blue Spear. So she's in a worse state than Sextons ever was. Is Kalina okay with that? Yeah, she's okay with that. Like, you don't even have to. You don't even have to ask her, to be honest. You just know that she'd be down for that. Look at here. All these dolls who can't have a baby with a commander. But here I am, a human. I don't know, Kalina just has like that one solid advantage. But a doll's womb is eternal. Me goes for Persica. I mean, that is an option. Hellion too. What their direction with Sextons is? It feels like, just based on what they've already done with her, it feels like it'll heavily involve Groza. Because of that one time that they connected together, and Groza got like fucked up from that, more or less. It'd be kind of weird if Sextons didn't heavily involve Groza. If it's going to be a Sextons event. His bank account being negative like crazy. Well, to be fair, the dolls try hard to get money for him. Based on everything we know, that's why they do. That's why the dispatch missions exist, actually. So they can get money. What about Dandelion? Her body should be organic. So that wholeheartedly depends on if William gets rid of the womb or not intentionally. There's nothing that says that he does intentionally gets rid of them. So yeah, she should have a womb. Until someone says otherwise officially, Dandelion should be able to have babies. Thanks, I guess? High probability. I would say that one. Yeah, I can't see William actually getting rid of it. I don't see a reason why he would, unless he wouldn't ever want his sister to have children. Which I actually don't think Nisha ever said she wouldn't ever want to have children. She doesn't seem like that type of person. Stop, William bad. I'm not even thinking of it that way. I'm just saying, like, in terms of what Lunacia would want, will she eventually want to have children? I think the answer is actually yes. Man, y'all taking a step too far. Come on. Sweet home Alabama. Yeah, more or less that. Plus, they also kind of don't make sense, if I'm completely honest. Because they're like, yeah, we're wholly human, we're perfect humans. And then you just see like spider legs just pop out or a metal tail. I'm like, yeah, you guys are totally, completely human. Sure. I mean, she didn't assault us back in Ghost Frontline 1. That is... You know what held her back? The rating. That's what held her back. If the rating wasn't there, she would already been knocked up. Yeah, make me go to Shanghai again. Some other god games make heavy implications like Snowbreak. Yeah, they do. I don't know. It just feels like, you know what it is? The commander is just really not that type of guy. Like, just straight up, the commander's just not that type of guy. Also, we have the opposite gender too. That's a thing too. We had to keep that in mind. You're also able to act as female. While in Nikkei and Snowbreak, you only have the male option. Unless you want to say the female commander can have a dick. I mean, I guess that works too. Did the event have even lore implications for the plot going forward? It did. It did. Rainin, you missed a lot. You want to watch this event. There's actually some very strong lore implications. Be damned. The dolls have equipped strap-ons. Oh, y'all are crazy. Alright. Before y'all go completely nuts, I just want to say, tomorrow, I can't stream all day, but I am going to stream, let's say, an hour earlier, so 9 o'clock my time, just so we can get Andres and No, I think it's just Andres, right? It's just Andres. So it'll be Andres and her affinity story out of the way. I think Jang Yu will come out next weekend. We can do that then. So on Sunday we'll do Andres and her affinity story. It involves a patch, Super Earth. Look in the official Discord and just do a search for translation patch. It should pop up. Oh, absolutely. Also, thank you guys for showing up. As always, it's fun reading through these things with you guys and shooting the shit. You guys know how to make me laugh. It's pretty nice. But alright, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. You guys take care. I'll see you tomorrow.